Chapter 1247. Axicus greeted the guards standing at the door of the wooden house, then gently opened the door. An unpleasant stench assailed his nostrils, but he only sniffed, not showing any signs of discomfort. Inside the house, Avria was also unaffected by the smell. She was wearing clothes specially made for animal trainers, and her hair was tied into a bun behind her head. She was holding a fat black cat in one hand, and her other hand was holding the pen. She looked at the pen with a slightly nervous expression. Avria! Avria! Perhaps because Avria was too focused, Axicus called her a few times, but she didn't respond. Instead, the black cat turned around and stared at Axicus with its big eyes. Then it meowed twice. Meow. Only then did Avria see Axicus waving at her from the door. She walked over unhappily and complained softly, "Why have you been chatting with brother-in-law for so long? Nana, a female antelope, is about to give birth. Just now Lord Helo's son, Perkestes, sent someone to find me. He said that he and his cousin brought some guests to the zoo, and there has been a long line outside. The weather is too hot, and there are too many people. He's afraid that the child can't take it, so he wants to come in early." Axicus made a small lie, changing the person who asked him for help to Perkestes. This trick worked. Avria immediately said, "Ah, Brother Perkestes is here. Hurry and let them in. I'll—" At this point, she looked back at the animal pen with some reluctance, then changed her words. "After Nana gives birth, I'll go see him immediately." In the past, those who were called to the king's mansion by the Devers for family banquets included Henoborus and his family, Aristyras and Asuna's family, Bagul and Andrea's family, and Helo's family. So Avria was more familiar with Helo's children. "Then I'll go greet them first." With that, Axicus turned and left. At this moment, the trainer's voice came from inside the house. "Princess, Nana has given birth." Hearing this, Avria immediately became excited. She grabbed her husband's hand and ran inside. "Nana finally has a lamb. Quick, pray with me. I hope that Hades will bless the little one and let her survive this time." While Sosicles and Sosicles took their guests to the zoo, a meeting of the ministers of the kingdom was going on in the palace hall of the inner city of Thurii. When the chief of the palace guards, Marcius, saw that the assistant minister and the chief officials of the various departments had arrived on time and were seated as per usual, he immediately reported to the Devers, who were resting in the side chamber. Only then did the Devers lead the royal clerk, Henoborus, into the great hall through the side door and onto the throne. The ministers immediately stood up and bowed respectfully. "Have a seat." Devers smiled and waved his hand. The ministers sat down. Then he looked at them and said slowly but clearly in a deep voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, today is the last regular administrative meeting of this month. Tourists will hold a sports meeting next month, so today we will focus on the sports meeting." At this point, he looked at Clotocatax, who was sitting on the lower right side. "Consul, you're the main person in charge of organizing this sports meet. Please give us a detailed introduction about the preparations for the sports meet." "Yes, Your Majesty." Clotocatax, who had been the consul of the kingdom for more than 4 years, stood up unhurriedly and said in a loud and clear voice, "Sirs, it has been 2 years and 1 month since His Majesty announced the holding of the sports meet in June the year before last. Our preparation work has basically been completed. Now, I will give you a detailed report on the whole preparation situation." For the past 2 years, Clotocatax had devoted most of his energy to the preparation of the sports meet. He did most of the things himself, so he knew the whole situation like the back of his hand. He did not prepare a speech beforehand. He coughed lightly and sorted out his thoughts before saying loudly, according to His Majesty's suggestion, "The sports meet held in Thurii will not only consist of the traditional running, wrestling, boxing, car racing, horse racing, 5 athletic events, including running, long jump, discus throw, javelin throw, and wrestling, but also archery, discus throw, high jump, pole vault, marathon, swimming. I can understand the rest, but what is this marathon?" asked the new assistant minister, Bagul. At the beginning of March, Hegemon requested to resign from the position of assistant minister on the grounds of old age. The Devers approved it. With the support of the Lacanian senators, led by Hegemon, the Senate elected Bagul, the regional governor of Rome, to take over the position. The Devers approved the election result, and Bagul officially took office last month. Although Clodocatax had explained this issue several times in the previous council meetings, he still patiently explained to Bagula, "I think everyone should know the legendary story of how the Athenian army defeated the Persians at Marathon 100 years ago. The soldier Phidippides ran all the way from Marathon to the city of Athens without stopping, and after announcing the good news to the people, he fell to the ground and died. In order to commemorate this historical event, His Majesty specially suggested that we set up this race. Therefore, the marathon is a special long-distance race. The distance between the marathon and the city of Athens is a total of 84 miles. 84 miles! Bagul exclaimed, "Who can run such a long distance? Even if they can, they will probably die of exhaustion. We have specially tested it. As long as they don't run too fast, they can definitely run." Clodocatax earnestly replied, "Up until now, there are 10 contestants from our kingdom who have signed up to participate in this event." "Oh, it's fine as long as they can run." Bagul nodded, indicating that he understood. "Your Majesty, I have a question for a long time," Military Minister Olivers couldn't help but ask. The year before last, Alexis also resigned from her position as military minister on the grounds of old age. The Devers had originally drafted a few candidates to replace her, Leotychides, Matones, Lazarou, and Olivers. However, the other 3 refused to leave the army. In the end, Olivers, who had the least hope, became military minister. Go ahead. The marathon is just a super long distance race. Why must it be named to commemorate the Battle of Marathon in Athens? Why not use some of the famous battles that our kingdom's army fought in the past? For example, the First Legion's long-distance attack on the Roman army in Wolsey, and our army's landing on Peleus Beach 5 years ago, the long-distance raid on Larissa. Isn't it better to use these battles as a name? Olivers tactfully suggested. Of course not. Devers rejected without hesitation. Whether it's the people from Rome or the people from Thessaly, they are all citizens of our kingdom. Using these battles as a name is disrespectful to them and will have a negative impact. The marathon is a battle between the Greeks and the people from Persia. Not only will we not have to worry about this, but it will also show our respect for the native Greeks, especially the people from Athens. It will help increase the native Greeks' recognition of us. At least, it will make them more eager to participate in this event. Your Majesty is right. In our reply from Athens, there are 5 athletes from Athens who have signed up for the marathon, Clodocatax added. Olivers' confusion disappeared. He nodded and said, "Now I have no objections. Everyone, in order not to waste time, let's wait for the consul to finish his report. If you have any questions, let him answer them together," Devers reminded them in a calm tone. The hall immediately became very quiet. Clodocatax continued. Marathon, swimming, rowing, sailing, and military events, including the heaviest race, javelin throwing, horseback riding, and swimming. There are a total of 15 major events. At present, all the venues and necessary equipment for the events have been prepared. All regions of the kingdom and the city-states that have received the invitation, except for Persia, have promised to send athletes to participate. According to their replies, the total number of athletes participating in the event is 1982, with more than 50 participants in each event. According to the preliminary schedule, the event will last for 15 days. Therefore, we're going to empty all the hotels around the arenas and the royal guest house in the inner city of Turin to provide free accommodation and food for the athletes and officials sent by various regions and city-states to ensure that the athletes participating in the event can compete in a good condition. At first, because of the annual national rugby and football finals, the Turin City Hall set up temporary camps for athletes near the arenas. Later, hotels managed by the City Hall were built on these temporary camps to provide accommodation for the athletes who participate in the 2 games every year, as well as convenience for the tourists. As a result, the hotels are often full, earning a lot of profit for the City Hall. At the same time, we have also reached an agreement with the Carriage Association of Turin. During the event, they will be responsible for escorting the athletes to the venue to avoid being late. The Temple of Hades has organized a team of priests and referees from various temples. They have been training for several months and have basically mastered the judging standards of each event. I believe that the entire team of referees will be able to judge the issues in each event fairly and avoid cheating and other ugly phenomena. Lord Stasakotas has provided us with a lot of help. During the event, the medical department will send experienced medical teams to each venue to treat the injured athletes and spectators. Herpes has retired, so Stasakotas has taken over as the medical minister. Chapter 1248. In addition, we initially estimated that more than 100,000 tourists may come to Turin to watch the games during the games. This will inevitably put a great burden on the whole of Turin. I have had a discussion with Lord Agathia. Agathia was promoted to Lord Provost the year before last, and he has transferred a number of patrols from the neighboring districts to be deployed during the games to maintain order in the whole of the Tyrol district. Considering that half of these tourists may be visiting Turin for the first time, our preparatory team followed the method implemented when the football finals were first held and mobilized youths above the age of 16 from various Turin schools and Ionia schools to serve as volunteers for the games to help these tourists. After Clodo Katax had spent more than 10 minutes explaining the preparatory work in a clear and organized manner, the ministers began to discuss in whispers. The first to ask was Minister of Finance Archipedes. Sir Consul, over the past 2 years, your preparatory team has withdrawn 1,000 talents silver from the national treasury. It is said that there is not much left. After the games, you will award a considerable amount of silver to the champion athletes of each event and hold a grand celebration banquet at the end of the games. I just want to ask, how much more money does the preparatory team need from the finance department? Considering that the person he was asking was the future king, Archipedes tried his best to control his tone. Clodo Katax said with a smile, Sir Archipedes, the information you received is not accurate. The prize money for the winning athletes and expenses for the final celebration banquet are included in the money previously allocated to the preparatory team by the finance department. Because it has already been allocated, it gives you such an illusion. In fact, the money is not only completely enough, but there should still be some left after the games. Then, after the games, please return the remaining money to the finance department as soon as possible. Archipedes blurted out, as one of the members of the preparatory team, I would like to add another explanation. Flaccus, the Minister of Commerce, interjected Marigi had resigned due to old age 2 years ago, and Flaccus, who had been recommended by Marigi, took over. His Highness Clodocatax spoke very modestly just now. In fact, by the end of the sports meet, the money in the hands of the preparatory team wasn't just a little, but a lot. First of all, most of the shops in the commercial streets that we have temporarily added in the city have been sold yesterday, and the rent we have received has already exceeded 100 talent. Moreover, there are many foreign businessmen who have registered at the business office of Turin and requested to rent shops during the games. Now, the newly added commercial streets are no longer enough. Last night, His Highness urgently convened the preparatory team for a small meeting and finally decided to add 3 more temporary markets near the ports of Castellan and Amendola. I believe that by the end of the games, we can earn about 300 talent just from the rent of the shops alone. The more Flaccus spoke, the more complacent he became. Also, the advertising spaces inside and outside the arenas have all been sold, and the income has also exceeded 100 talent. Placing and hanging advertising boards inside and outside the arenas has been implemented in Turin since 10 years ago. It is precisely because the annual football and rugby finals are in full swing that the Turin Devers inadvertently made this suggestion to Marigi. Marigi treated it like a treasure and immediately implemented it. In the beginning, the businessmen were unwilling to pay to place advertisements in the arenas, mainly to please Minister of Commerce Marigi. As a result, the sales of goods that were advertised in the arenas increased greatly. Since then, the practice of using the games to advertise became popular in the kingdom. In addition, according to the estimates of the Ministry of Commerce, the commercial tax of the entire Turin region will more than double in July because of the games. That is to say, there will be an additional income of at least 600 talent. Sir Archimedes, has this earned back the 1,000 talent that the finance department has previously paid? Not to mention, the holding of the games will increase the attractiveness of Turin to the people of the entire Mediterranean. After the games, the number of tourists coming to Turin should maintain a long-term growth, which is very good for our tax revenue. Great. The Devers patted the armrest of the throne and said with a smile, "The games haven't even started, and you've already earned so much money. It seems that our insistence on holding this games is not a waste of manpower and money because of a gamble. Instead, it is very beneficial to the national treasury." Upon hearing the Devers' words, the ministers who had initially expressed their opposition were slightly embarrassed. At this moment, the Minister of Education, Metodicus, asked, "Your Highness, Turin has a dense population. I remember many years ago, the current dean of the Dionia Academy, Lysias, once wrote an article describing the hustle and bustle of Turin, as well as the busy sea and land transportation in order to ensure the food, clothing, and housing of the Turin people. Now that the games will be held in Turin, you just said that more than 100,000 people will swarm into Turin in a short period of time. 100,000 people is a huge number. Won't it crush the entire urban supply system of Turin and bring great difficulties to the lives of the Turin people?" "Let me answer this question." Terrace, the regional governor of Turin, took over the conversation and said, "First, let's talk about food. The merchants of the kingdom are very shrewd. They have already predicted that the games will be very grand, so many restaurants and hotels have begun to stock up on food, cured meat, cattle, sheep, and wine in the past few months. According to the news I received, half of the warehouses in all the ports and markets have been used to store food. It should not be a problem to supply 500,000 to 600,000 people for a month. If there is still a shortage, I have reached an agreement with Lord Bucos. In case of emergency, we can use the granaries in the north of Turin to stabilize the possible rise of food prices in Turin. Let's talk about housing. Actually, there is no need to worry too much. Currently, most of the citizens in the urban areas and suburbs rely on renting houses for a living. There are enough houses for the tyrannical tourists. Moreover, the market will automatically guide the tourists not to live in the urban areas because the housing prices in the urban areas are bound to be expensive. The further away from the urban areas, the cheaper the rental prices will be. For example, places like Amendola, Castellan, Abyssinia, and even Cremissa. I think the tourists who come to watch the games are not necessarily rich. They will stay in Turin for more than 10 days, or even a month. They will definitely decide where to stay based on the amount of gold and silver they bring. Also, trained volunteers will specially guide the tourists. When the tourists are scattered throughout the Turin region, I think the Turin people will not feel too crowded and noisy. Of course, in order to ensure that the tourists scattered throughout the Turin region can watch the games smoothly, we must also have fast and convenient transportation. Actually, this is not a big problem. The roads in Turin region are the best in the whole kingdom. Moreover, for this games, Lord Heraclide has personally supervised his subordinates to build new roads and bridges since last year. In addition, the Turin region's administrative office will issue some temporary decrees during the games. For example, piggyback teams are not allowed to enter the urban areas during the day. Goods will be transported by boat as much as possible. Also, besides watching the games, Turin people will try to reduce their travel as much as possible. In addition, the administrative office has specifically discussed with the Carriage Association requesting them to transport passengers at the usual price during the games and provide good service. Just now, His Highness mentioned that Lord Agathia will strengthen the security of Turin region during the games. Another important issue that needs to be paid attention to is to prevent fires. It's summer now and the weather is dry. During the games, there will be a lot of people. Once a fire breaks out, the consequences will be unimaginable. Therefore, the administrative office has formulated a plan in this regard several months ago and has started to implement it. During the games, the entire region's firefighting team must be on standby all day and be ready to set off at any time. Some volunteers have been assigned to be temporary firefighters. After receiving specialized training, they will be responsible for fire patrols in each street block. The firefighting team also requested that the homes of Turin residents must be equipped with a pool filled with water. After several rounds of inspections, all the streets have basically met the requirements. The administrative office has also organized fire prevention training in each street block. Very good. Terrace, the Turin administrative office, is very thoughtful and well prepared. This makes me more confident about the success of the games, Devers praised with a smile. Your Majesty, this is the result of the hard work of His Highness and the preparation team for more than a year. Terrace replied humbly. As the chief executive of the region, he was not supposed to attend the meeting of the ministers. But since the main topic of the meeting was the preparation for the games, he had to attend. As a matter of fact, when Lucius and Hegemon retired a few years ago, he participated in the election of the Senate as a candidate for the position of assistant minister, but he lost to Bagul and assists in the end. I heard that the Olympia, Delphi, Corinth's Poseidon priests, and the Parthenon temple in Athens all refused to come to Turin to participate in the training of the judges. What did the preparation team do about it? Topyrus, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, asked. I'd like to ask the Honorable Priest Pleasonus to answer this question. Clodocatak smiled and made an inviting gesture. According to the rules, Priest Pleasonus was not allowed to attend the meeting of the ministers of the kingdom. But as a member of the preparation team, he had received an invitation today. Although he was already over 70 years old, his face was still glowing and his spirit was hale and hearty. He smiled and looked even more benevolent. Before answering Lord Topyrus' question, I would first like to sincerely thank His Majesty for holding such a grand sports meeting with such great courage, giving the Temple of Hades such a good opportunity to show the light and glory of God Hades to the world. Chapter 1249. Having said that, Pleasonus stood up, raised his palms to the sky, and bowed respectfully to the Devers. The Devers returned the same solemn bow. According to the law of Dionia, the king of Dionia was also the high priest of the Temple of Hades. Then he said half jokingly and half seriously, My scepter priest, don't be mistaken. The Dionia sports meet is a grand ceremony for the gods, not just for the great Hades. Your Majesty, that is indeed what we claim to the public. However, as the leader of the entire priest adjudicator group and the host of the entire sports meet, the Temple of Hades will undoubtedly expand our influence in the Mediterranean Sea through this sports meet and strengthen our communication and management with the other temples. Pleasonus said seriously, according to the law of the kingdom and the alliance agreement, the Temple of Hades has the right to supervise the other temples. 10 years ago, with the approval of Your Majesty, the Temple of Hades has officially begun to convene the annual priest assembly of the temples of the kingdom and the alliance. However, in recent years, other than the active cooperation of the priests of the kingdom, the priests of the other temples of the alliance have more or less been reluctant and perfunctory. The Olympia, Delphi, and the priests of Athens have been the least cooperative. During the annual temple assembly, they would either find all sorts of reasons to not attend, or only send candidates with low status. We can't punish them severely. After all, they are only under the supervision of the Temple of Hades in name, and they use forceful means to achieve their goals. This goes against the principles of mercy and freedom of belief of the Hades. This time, the rumor that the Olympia, Delphi, Corinth, and the priests of Athens refused to come to Turin as referees is true. I think it is understandable. After all, they have their own sports meet, and according to tradition, they rarely invite each other's priests to be referees in their own sports meet. On the other hand, our sports meet is open to the entire Mediterranean Sea, and we have even sent an invitation to our enemy country, Persia. Up until now, the range of athletes who have signed up for the sports meet is so wide. The number of participants is so high, the prize money for the champion is so generous, and the number of sports held is so many. The scale of the sports meet will definitely be much larger than all the other sports meet. That is why these priests are unwilling to see the sports meet of Dionia, fearing that it will take away the glory that these traditional sports meet enjoy. I can understand their concern, but their cowardly attitude of covering their eyes and pretending to be blind makes me feel both ridiculous and a little pitiful. Judging from the current situation, the number of tourists who will be coming to Turin to watch the sports meet will definitely far exceed the previous sports meet. Furthermore, they will come from all over the Mediterranean Sea, and the range is very wide. This means that the Dionia sports meet has become the focus of the entire Mediterranean Sea. The absence of the priests of these four factions doesn't affect us at all, because the other alliances have actively sent out their own priests from the Acropolis Temple, such as Mandinia, Thebes, Agos, Euboea, and Crete. There are even high priests leading the teams. Currently, the priest referees of our sports meet have sufficient numbers. After training, they have familiarized themselves with the rules and punishments of the various sports meet. After discussion, the referees have formulated two main rules. The first rule is to draw lots to decide the referees for each event. The second rule is to announce the name of the referees and the god they serve to the contestants and spectators before the competition starts. The contestants must follow the referees and swear an oath to the god they serve to ensure the fairness of the competition. I believe that after the sports meet ends, some of the previously unknown gods of the Acropolis Temple will begin to attract the attention of the people. Some of the previously famous gods of the Acropolis Temple will transcend their own race and spread their fame to the entire Mediterranean Sea. The priests of the Olympia, Delphi, Athens, and Corinth temples will not be participating in the Dionia sports meet. It isn't our regret, but their regret. His Majesty once said, the Dionia sports meet isn't just held once, but once every 4 years, just like the Olympia Games. I believe that perhaps when the second or third Dionia sports meet is held, they will take the initiative to request to participate without us taking the initiative to invite them. Well said, Prince Pleasantness. The Devers patted the armrest of the chair with both hands and said with a slightly excited voice, the Dionia sports meet will set off a new trend with a brand new competition format and an unprecedented scale. It will become the grandest celebration in the entire Mediterranean Sea, and the most dazzling poem to show the image and strength of Dionia. After that, the Devers calmed down a little and asked, do you have any questions? Influenced by the entire report, everyone seemed a little excited, and they all whispered to each other. Suddenly a voice sounded, Your Majesty, we have no more questions. Now, we just hope that the sports meet will start soon. As soon as this was said, there was a burst of friendly laughter in the hall. Obviously, this was agreed with by everyone. The one who spoke was the assistant minister, Hacker. As a relative of Clodocatax, he had always tried his best to help the consul. The Devers said, Thank you, Clodocatax, Pleasantness, Hacker, Terrace, all the members of the preparation team. You have done an outstanding job so far. The sports meet will start in less than a month. I hope that you will not slack off and continue to work hard until the sports meet is successfully completed. Then, we will celebrate your success. Yes, Your Majesty. Clodocatax and the others immediately bowed in response. Hosting the sports meet is the most important event in the kingdom. I hope that everyone will do their best to cooperate with the preparation team to ensure that it will be held successfully. The Devers looked around at everyone and tapped his fingers on the throne. After a while, he said, Let's stop talking about the sports meet for now. Is there anything else? Your Majesty. Hacker, the assistant minister, said, This year, the Ligurian region has been attacked by the Gauls from beyond the mountains twice. Although they did not cause any losses, we have to be vigilant. 3 days ago, the commander of the northern border, Hasdrubal, sent a letter requesting to lead the army to attack the neighboring Gauls through the narrow path along the coast to completely guarantee the safety of the northern border. However, until now, the Ministry of Military Affairs has not given a clear reply. Does your Majesty have any special considerations regarding this matter? Ever since Dionia conquered Mountain Gaul and successfully suppressed a few Gauls' rebellions, their rule over the middle reaches of the Pariver became more and more stable. The Veneti in the lower reaches of the Pariver were afraid of Dionia's power, so they voluntarily submitted to Dionia and became their subordinate. Only the Ligurians in the upper reaches of the Pariver showed strong hostility towards Dionia. They frequently stirred up disputes along the border, causing Dionia to go to war with them. However, unlike the conquest of Mountain Gaul, the war between Dionia and Liguria was a small-scale, long-term battle. Often, it was a battle between the border army stationed at the Pariver and 1 or 2 Ligurian tribes. Later on, with the help of the Gaul reserve army and the spies sent by the kingdom to divide and conquer the Ligurian tribes, Dionia always had the upper hand. Since Dionia fought in close quarters, they did not send out many troops each time, which did not put much pressure on their logistics. Therefore, the war against the Ligurians lasted as long as 7 years. Last year, they completely conquered the entire territory and sent a new border army to guard the Ligurian region. At the same time, Hasdrubal was appointed as the commander of the northern border of Italy. He was in charge of the 2 border armies in the north, and when necessary, he also had the temporary command of the 19th Legion, stationed at the Pariver. This matter has been reported to me by the Ministry of Military Affairs, and I admire Commander Hasdrubal's determination to maintain the security of the northern border. The Devers replied solemnly. However, the 2 northern regions are very different from the other regions. The Ligurians and Mountain Gaul are very strong races. The Pariver region has been annexed to the kingdom for more than 10 years, but the speed at which the Gaul assimilated into the kingdom is still very slow. This is why we are still stationed at the border. Liguria has just been annexed to the kingdom, and the situation is not yet stable. According to the report from the Ministry of Military Affairs, the invasion of the Mountain Gaul did not pose much of a threat to us. They can only invade through the narrow passageway by the sea. Our border army has built a strong fortress there, and we easily repelled their attack without causing any damage to the Ligurian region. Therefore, for a long time to come, the mission of the Northern Border Army is to defend the border and maintain the stability of the region. It is not advisable to take the risk to attack. In addition, according to the information we've received from the Massilians over the years, although the north of the Alps is densely forested, the terrain is flat and vast. The land is fertile, and there are tens of thousands of Gallic tribes living there. Without sufficient preparation, we shouldn't take the risk of crossing the Alps for the time being to avoid triggering a protracted war between the Gauls and the kingdom. Your Majesty, if that is the case, should we ask the Ministry of Intelligence to send people to investigate the Mountain Gaul region in detail, and then split up the tribes that are friendly to our kingdom, and prepare for the possible war in the future? Hacker said after some deliberation. Also, can we ask the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to send messengers to the Mountain Gaul tribes that are adjacent to the Ligurian region and express the kingdom's goodwill? If we can open up trade with them, I believe that not only will the Mountain Gaul reduce their invasion of Liguria, but it will also be beneficial to the development of trade at the northern border. Chapter 1250. That's a good suggestion. The Devers nodded and praised. To Pyrrhus, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs will send out ambassadors as soon as possible to the neighboring tribes of Liguria and Gaul for friendly negotiations. As for the Ministry of Intelligence, they have already started their operations in Gaul. Yes, Your Majesty. The Foreign Affairs Minister to Pyrrhus immediately stood up and responded. Is there anything else? The Devers continued to ask. Your Majesty, Clotocatax coughed softly and said, Yesterday the organizing team received a clear reply from Egypt. They will be sending a delegation of nearly 100 people to this sports competition. The leader will be Pharaoh Tanib's son, Jehau. Is it Jehau who has been designated as the next pharaoh by Tanib? The Devers was slightly surprised. Yes, we have confirmed repeatedly that the delegation will be led by Egypt's Vizier Jehau. Your Majesty, the Pharaoh of Egypt has actually sent his heir to Turin to watch the sports competition. This will undoubtedly show the world the strength of the kingdom. At the same time, it will also show the strong friendship between Dionia and Egypt. Topyrus said excitedly, I suggest that we should welcome the Egyptian delegation with a grand ceremony to show our respect for Egypt. That's what we should do. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs will be responsible for the arrangements. The Devers did not show any signs of joy. Instead, he said with a serious expression, according to the Ministry of Intelligence, Tanib has been bedridden for 3 months. I have written a letter to send the best doctor to Egypt to treat him, but he politely refused. Although we don't know the details of his current condition, his state is completely under Jehau's control. It is obvious that his condition is very serious. Under such circumstances, Jehau actually came to Turin in person just for friendship? The ministers fell into deep thought. At this moment, Aristides, the director of intelligence who was sitting at the back of the group, stood up and said in a low voice, Your Majesty, the intelligence department has found out that Nectaneb, the cousin of Jehau, has received the support of many Egyptian generals and monks. They have repeatedly objected to Jehau's ruling of the country and even claimed that he is the most suitable successor to the pharaoh. This poses a great threat to Jehau's succession. We also found out that this Nectaneb seems to have dealings with Persia. In the beginning, the chief of the Ministry of Intelligence was not allowed to attend the council of the kingdom. However, the information obtained by the Ministry of Intelligence was often the focus of discussion at the meeting, and when Aristides was required to give a detailed explanation, he was always invited to the meeting. In the end, the assistant ministers changed the rules and made Aristides a frequent visitor to the council of the kingdom. The news he revealed immediately caused a heated discussion among the ministers in the hall. Your Majesty, Jehau has led the Egyptian emissaries to Turiai at this crucial moment. It's obvious that he has felt threatened by Nectanebes and has no choice but to come to the kingdom to seek support. The assistant minister, Cypros, said loudly, In this regard, we should express our support to him without hesitation to strengthen his confidence. Now that the kingdom and Persia are mortal enemies, Egypt, which is adjacent to Persia, is the most important ally that the kingdom can use to contain Persia and even attack Persia in the future. We must not lose Egypt. As soon as Cypros's voice trailed off, Anteri stood up. But it's not enough for us to just verbally support Egypt. Tanibis has only been bedridden for a long time and has not passed away. However, as the heir of the pharaoh and also the representative of the kingdom, Jehau has come all the way to Turiai to seek help. This means that neither Tanibis nor Jehau can rely on their own power to eliminate the threat of Nectanebes. With the support of Persia, Nectanebes should have the ability to start a riot and finally seize the throne of Egypt. Therefore, we must take action, just like we did 5 years ago, and send troops to Egypt to strengthen Jehau's rule. Egypt is only an ally of Dionia, not a subsidiary. If we want to send troops, we must first ask Jehau, or an ally will become an enemy, Cypros reminded. According to diplomatic practice, this should be done. Antares then said, but we have to consider that Jehau is only a young man less than 30 years old. It is said that when he was the representative of the kingdom, he resolutely changed the law that Pharaoh Tanibis had insisted on for many years in Egypt. Young people are often too confident to see the situation clearly. What if he can invite us to send reinforcements in time? We must be prepared for this in advance. Ever since Lysias and Hegemon retired, Sidorum was also old and basically did not care much about the affairs of the kingdom. The title of chief assistant minister fell to Cypros and Antares. Therefore, such scenes were often seen in the executive council of the ministers. Of course, under normal circumstances, it was Antares who took the initiative. At this time, Oliver stood up and said loudly, "Your Majesty, since the beginning of last year, when Persia quelled the rebellion in Asia Minor, the army of Persia quickly retreated to the east of Mesopotamia. At that time, we all thought that because the Persia had been fighting nonstop for more than 3 years, their national strength was greatly depleted, and that the king of Persia had given up on the plan to conquer Egypt. But now it seems that the greedy Persia did not give up, but just changed their strategy. They used the method that they used to successfully quell the rebellion in Asia Minor on the Egyptians. They want to bribe the generals of Egypt and cause civil strife in Egypt, so that it will be easier to conquer Egypt. This must arouse our vigilance. This king of Persia is sinister, cunning, and vengeful. Back then, because your Majesty rejected the request of Persia's envoy to sue for peace on behalf of Carthage, he began to hate us, Dionia, and instigated the Greek city-states to go against us. The more Oliver spoke, the angrier he became. In the past 4 years, not only did we provide material aid to the rebels in Asia Minor, but we also allowed the Greek allies to actively accept employment from the governors of the various regions in Asia Minor and to send their citizens to participate in the war. We have long been regarded as Artaxerxes' #1 enemy. I am afraid that this time Persia did not only take action against Egypt, but also other plots against the kingdom. We can no longer respond passively, but should take the initiative. While the national strength of Persia has not recovered, send an army to attack Persia. As soon as this was said, many of the ministers were shocked. The original focus of the meeting was to discuss the holding of the sports competition. Why did they suddenly talk about waging war against Persia? Sidorum coughed a few times and said in a hoarse voice, "I remember, we discussed this last year, but it was rejected without hesitation. Why are you mentioning this again today?" "Sir Sidorum." Oliver's bowed slightly to show his respect, but his tone was still firm. "The reason why this proposal was rejected last year was because we did not expect that the rebel army in Asia Minor would suddenly collapse, and the Persians were able to quickly pacify the riots in the west that had lasted for several years. In addition, the kingdom wanted to hold a sports meeting, so it was not approved. But after more than a year of investigation, we have found out that the rapid collapse of the rebels in Asia Minor was due to Artaxerxes bribing and roping in some of the rebel generals and nobles in Asia Minor. They assassinated Aeliobazines and other rebel leaders, which allowed Persia to win. However, after more than a year of quelling the rebellion, Persia did not establish an effective rule in Asia Minor. The political situation there is still relatively chaotic, which will reduce the resistance of our attack on Persia. The Dionia sports competition will be held next month. Not only will it not take up most of the kingdom's energy, but it will also boost the confidence of the people because of the success of the competition. Moreover, after 5 years of rest, the kingdom has sufficient food, resources, and soldiers, and has complete control over the Greek alliance. Thessaly has also integrated into the kingdom, so our sphere of influence extends across the Aegean Sea to the east, all the way to the coast of Asia Minor. With such a great strategic advantage, we should seize this great opportunity to attack Persia. Persia is not Carthage or Greece. It is a vast kingdom with a large population. Even though its national power has declined due to the war, compared to it, Dionia is still like a wolf facing a sick cow. It is not easy to defeat such a kingdom. Has the Ministry of Military Affairs drawn up a detailed attack plan? Assist's question was more like an invitation for the military minister to explain further. Of course. Chief of Staff Printos took the opportunity to stand up and explained, "Your Majesty, my lords, since the attack on Persia proposal was rejected last year, the Ministry of Military Affairs has been further exploring how to defeat Persia through intelligence collection and many simulated battlefield simulations. The Ministry of Military Affairs finally drew up an attack plan, and its general strategy is..." Printos cleared his throat to make his pronunciation clearer. take full advantage of the chaotic situation in Asia Minor and send an army of about 50,000 to attack the western part of Asia Minor. This army may not be made up of all the citizens of Dionia. The kingdom is the leader of the Greek alliance, so we can mobilize the Greek allies and form a coalition army under the slogan of revenge on Persia to attack the western part of Asia Minor. Greece, especially the Ionian city-states, are very close to Asia Minor, which will make it easier for us to transport food. In addition, it will also help us to quickly gain the support of the Greek city-states along the coast of Asia Minor. During the battle against the rebels in Asia Minor a few years ago, the king of Persia had promised the Greek city-states along the coast of Asia Minor that he was willing to give them more autonomy. So these city-states basically remained neutral and did not support the rebels. Chapter 1251. Printos continued, but according to the latest intelligence, the king of Persia did not fulfill his promise. Therefore, these city-states have a lot of complaints. The Greek coalition army in Asia Minor will most likely receive their support. More than 20 years ago, Agesilaus led the Sparta coalition army, which consisted mainly of mercenaries, to conquer the western part of Asia Minor. Now, the situation in Asia Minor is more favorable to the kingdom. Our coalition army will be more invincible when we attack Asia Minor. Wait a minute, I think there's a problem here. Bagul could not help but interrupt. I've seen the map of Persia. The territory of Asia Minor is very vast, and most of it is mountainous. Even if we have the upper hand in the beginning, as the army advances eastward, the food supply will be a big problem. The land transportation line is too long, and the sea transportation, the Persia will not sit idly by. They also have a powerful fleet. They will definitely attack our transport team and cut off the sea transportation line. If that happens, our army will be in trouble. Lord Bagul is right. Printos replied with a serious expression. But in fact, attacking Asia Minor is only the first step of our military plan. The second step is also the most important step, which is to defeat and destroy the fleet of Persia. The kingdom and Persia are thousands of miles apart. In between them is the vast eastern Mediterranean Sea. If we want our army to fight in Persia's territory and not be troubled by logistics, we must control the eastern Mediterranean Sea, especially Persia Sea. Therefore, we need to gather the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th fleets, as well as the allied warships, to form a large fleet stationed at the ports of Piraeus or Philai. Once the Persia fleet advances westward into the Aegean Sea, they will attack the Greek coalition army's transport fleet that landed in Asia Minor. Then, our coalition army can take the opportunity to launch a decisive battle with the Persia fleet. Once we defeat them, our coalition army can take advantage of the situation and advance eastward. Hacker coughed loudly and interrupted Printos. He then asked slowly, "The Persia fleet is also powerful. May I ask, Lord Printos, why is the Ministry of Military Affairs so confident that our fleet can defeat them?" Printos said confidently, "Your Majesty, my lords." After repeated analysis and deduction, the Ministry of Military Affairs believes that the Dionysian army has the absolute advantage over Persia, not the Dionysian army. Hacker's words surprised some of the ministers. Printos answered confidently, "Persia's main territory is inland. It has never been a nation that is good at sailing. Its fleet is mainly made up of warships and crews provided by Phoenicia, Cyprus, Syria, Asia Minor, and the Greek coastal city-states in Persia. Due to their complicated origins and great differences in language and culture, it is not easy to combine them into a unified fleet that is completely obedient and dares to fight to the death. This is why the Greek fleet, led by the Athens fleet, has always been able to win, even though it has far fewer warships than Persia's fleet. Our fleet, on the other hand, acts strictly according to military law. We have persisted in military training for a long time. Our tactics are flexible, and we fight bravely. Secondly, the Persia fleet has not participated in any major battles for decades. They are seriously lacking in naval warfare. In this aspect, they obviously cannot be compared to our fleet. Also, the main force of the Persia fleet is the Phoenicians. Printos glanced at Hacker, who was deep in thought, and continued, "We had a naval battle with the Phoenician fleet more than 10 years ago. In the end, the Phoenician fleet that came to rescue Carthage was almost completely destroyed. But according to the information we received, the Persia fleet did not learn from this failure. For the past 10 years, their naval tactics have not changed much, and their warships have not improved much. On the other hand, several of our fleets had been using the Persians as an imaginary enemy for the past few years and had been conducting targeted training. Not only that, we had also worked together with the Dionysia Academy and the shipyards to improve our warships. Since we had about the same number of warships as the Persians, the well-prepared Royal Navy had the absolute advantage. The only shortcoming is that the main base of the Persia fleet is too far away from us. So, we have to rely on the Greek allied forces to attack in the west of Asia Minor to lure the Persia fleet into the Aegean Sea, and then completely defeat them." Printos waved his fist, and his voice became excited. "The victorious kingdom navy can seize the opportunity when the strength of the Persian navy is greatly weakened. They can continue to advance eastward, or use Egypt as a temporary naval base, or capture Cyprus with the support of Egypt. They can completely seal off the coast of Syria and Carthage. Egypt is very important to us. We must maintain its friendship with the kingdom and ensure the stability of its domestic order. Once we control the eastern Mediterranean, the kingdom can send its main force of more than 10 legions eastward without any worries. They can dock in Egypt or land in Canaan. They can conquer Phoenicia and Syria, enter Mesopotamia, and go straight to Babylon. If the Persia army is still fighting with the Greek allied forces in Asia Minor, it will not be able to make it back in time. Even if the main force of the Egyptian army is not sent to Asia Minor and can intercept it in time, we still have to worry about whether the Greek allied forces will circle to its rear from the north and form a pincer attack with the main force of the kingdom. Under such a disadvantageous situation, the Persia army basically has no chance of winning against our army in a decisive battle with the morale of our army. The Persia may also choose not to fight with our army and choose to defend Babylon." Assists reminded, "I heard that Babylon is a huge city with unusually tall and strong walls, and the wide Euphrates River as a barrier. It is not a city that can be conquered in a short period of time. If the siege continues for too long, our food supplies will be tight, and the Persia may also recover, which will lead to a change in the situation that is not in our favor." Lord Assists, you are right. If the Persia adopts a defensive strategy, it will indeed cause more trouble for us. After responding tactfully, Printos changed the topic. However, it will cause more trouble for the Persia. Although Persia is a large country with a vast land, it is not like a kingdom that can effectively govern various regions. Its rule is not too firm, and many regions rely on the local races to take care of themselves. Therefore, there was the independence of Egypt, the riots of the Dukia people, and then the rebellion of Asia Minor. Artaxerxes did not do a good job in suppressing them, so his prestige is not high, and the nobles and the people are not very convinced. Once our army enters the heart of Persia, the Mesopotamian plain, the Persia army will hide behind the high walls and watch us destroy villages and farmlands. This will definitely make the local people disappointed in Artaxerxes, which may lead to a new rebellion and division. Only by gathering his army and defeating us can he regain the trust of the Persia people. Therefore, I think a decisive battle is inevitable." Printos roughly explained the plan drawn up by the Ministry of Military Affairs. The hall was silent. The ministers looked at each other, silently communicating with their eyes, but no one spoke. After a while, the Devers spoke. "Clotocatax, what do you think of the plan of the Ministry of Military Affairs?" A few years ago in Greece, Printos actively assisted Clotocatax and finally won the war. Since then, the two had established a friendship, and they often met after returning to Turin. But at this time the consul of the kingdom glanced at Printos, then faced his father and said calmly, "Your Majesty, the plan made by the Ministry of Military Affairs sounds very reasonable. We have a great advantage over Persia, and if we carry out this plan, it will be very easy for us to win. However, fighting a war thousands of miles away means a great risk in itself. Whether it is the transportation of military supplies or the transmission of information, it will be more difficult than before. Moreover, we are attacking a large country with a vast territory. Whether it is the generals or the soldiers, it is a completely unfamiliar land. The situation there is complicated, and accidents may happen at any time. Just like during the war in Greece, we initially hoped to minimize the hatred of the Greek city-states. Starting from Sparta, we will conquer the powerful city-states, one by one, and finally control the whole of Greece. Unexpectedly, the Greek city-states quickly united and formed the Greek alliance to fight against us, forcing us to invest more troops, thus rapidly expanding the war. At that time, the kingdom was able to change the plan in time and make the right response because Greece was very close to us. But now, Persia is too far away from us. Perhaps by the time we receive the news and discuss the contingency plan, the army in Persia will encounter new difficulties or even fail. And once they fail, they will face the danger of annihilation. Therefore, I think we should be cautious when using troops against Persia. In addition, although the political situation in the kingdom is relatively stable, Master Hacker has just said that the Gauls in the north are a threat to our territory, and the natives in the north of Iberia also occasionally attack our territory in the south. The natives in the mountains on the east coast of the Adriatic Sea are also threatening the safety of our Thessaly region and the Greek allies. There are still so many unsafe factors within the kingdom's sphere of influence. In other words, there are still so many lands near the kingdom that we need to conquer in order to ensure the peace and security of the people of the Holy Kingdom of Dionia. We should first focus on doing this, and not be tempted by the wealth of Persia. Even if we defeat the army of Persia, it will be difficult to conquer the people there and integrate them into the kingdom, because they are a powerful race that is completely different from us. They have a culture and glory that does not belong to us. They will not be willing to be ruled by us. Perhaps we need to invest a lot of manpower and material resources to maintain our rule in Persia, but is it worth it? After all, the foundation of the Holy Kingdom of Dionia is in the Western Mediterranean, in Italy. Chapter 1252. Well said. The foundation of the Holy Kingdom of Dionia is in the Western Mediterranean, in Italy. The Devers did not show any dissatisfaction because of his son's opposition to launching a war against Persia. Instead, he laughed and looked at his son with relief in his eyes. Clotocatax, I hope you remember what you just said, and let your descendants remember it in the future. Focus on governing the Western Mediterranean, so that the Holy Kingdom of Dionia can be at peace for a long time. Yes, your majesty. Clotocatax responded respectfully. But if Dionia wants to attack Persia, it's not because of its wealth and land, but because it wants to take the initiative. It wants to seize the favorable opportunity when Persia's national strength is weak and completely defeat it. At that time, according to the situation, we can either support a few puppets in Persia or split it into multiple countries to reduce the threat to the kingdom. Compared to directly annexing the land, these methods should be more effective and less laborious. The Devers said calmly, as for the difficulties you mentioned about attacking Persia, which war in the past that Dionia has experienced did not have difficulties and accidents. It's just that the difficulty of facing Persia is greater. Why is it that our Dionysia is able to win and defeat our opponents every single time? It's because we attach great importance to each opponent. We have meticulous planning and preparation, so we have more advantages. Since the establishment of the kingdom, Persia is the only strong enemy left in the entire Mediterranean. Artaxerxes and I both know that there will be a war between the two sides, so he instigated the Greek city-states to unite against us. When the rebellion broke out in Asia Minor, I had thought of sending troops to attack Persia. But at that time, the war in Greece had just ended, and we had consumed a lot of military supplies. The Greek alliance had just been established and needed to be consolidated, and Thessaly had just been conquered and needed time to digest. So I had to give up this idea. but the Ministry of Military Affairs has always been targeting Persia. In recent years, it has been conducting military training and improving weapons and equipment for Persia, which has accumulated many advantages over Persia today. Therefore, the plan to attack Persia can no longer be delayed. I believe that with Hades' blessing, we will definitely be victorious in the end. After hearing the Devers' words, Sitaram understood everything. Sure enough, it was His Majesty the Devers' idea to attack Persia. He just asked the Ministry of Military Affairs to propose it. He might have even discussed it with Bagul and the assists beforehand and put on a show in the palace hall. Sidoram glanced at Olivers and Printos, then at Bagul and assists. He then lowered his eyes and remained silent. At this moment, the Devers let out a long sigh and said in a low voice, "Yesterday I went to visit Amintas. Because of his old injuries, he could no longer sit up. He could only lie on the bed and talk to me. He told me a lot about the past, especially about his adventure in Persia. He said, from a refugee with nothing, he became an important minister of a powerful kingdom in the Mediterranean Sea. He doesn't have too many regrets in this life. The only regret is that he may not be able to see the Dionysian army attack Persia and retrieve the bodies of his mercenary companions who died in foreign lands. He will also be able to take revenge on the Persia who hunted us like cattle and sheep." Speaking of this, the Devers sighed again and said, "Aminta's words touched me a lot. I still clearly remember that we spent a lot of effort to escape from Persia and rested in Byzantium. Burkos, do you still remember? You came all the way to Byzantium and wanted to hire us to fight against the Lucarians in Turiai." I agreed. The Minister of Agriculture, Burkos, stood up shakily and said in excitement, "Your Majesty, of course I remember. I heard that a group of Greek mercenaries fought for thousands of miles in Persia and successfully returned to the Aegean Sea. Therefore, I believed that as long as I could hire this group of mercenaries, we would definitely be able to defeat the Lucarians. However, the mercenary leaders all rejected my invitation. Just when I was feeling desperate, Your Majesty agreed to my request without hesitation and gave me hope. Who would have thought that this small invitation would create a powerful kingdom and change the power structure of the entire Mediterranean Sea?" The Devers recalled the past and sighed with emotion. Yeah, no one can predict the future of the world. Therefore, the Sparta army and the Byzantines were afraid that we would accept the invitation from Turiai and take the opportunity to rebel, so they made a harsh request. "Unless we take off our armors, put down our weapons, and enter Byzantium naked. Only then will we be allowed to leave by ship at the port." The former mercenary leaders blindly believed the words of the Persia generals and entered the Persia camp to negotiate with them. In the end, they were killed. Therefore, the mercenaries were very wary of them. I tried my best to convince them. That day, we put down our weapons and walked into Byzantium. However, we were humiliated by the Sparta and the Byzantines. The road to the port was really hard to walk. Your Majesty, I also remember what happened that day clearly. With tears in his eyes, Olivers gritted his teeth and said, "They called us lowly bastards and told us to get out of Byzantium and not stain their land. Some of them even threatened that if we didn't run faster, they would chop our bodies into pieces and feed them to the dogs. Not only did they curse us, but they also threw all kinds of things at us. I was standing beside Your Majesty, and I saw with my own eyes that you were hit by a few rotten fruits. Your face was a little swollen, but you endured it. After we got on the ship, many of them were furious. They swore in the name of the gods that they would return the humiliation to the Byzantines one day." It was the first time that Clotocatax heard his father talk about the bitter past. He clenched his fists and was about to say something. Devers's eyes quickly glanced at Olivers and Alpines, who were both furious. Then he looked at the others who had serious expressions on their faces and said in a heavy tone, "It was these mercenaries who went through hardships and were despised by the people who came to Greece. They fought hard and created the powerful, holy kingdom of Dionia. They are the founders of the kingdom. But we owe them an explanation. Mercis, Xpit, Xantiparis. They have already left this world, and Amyntas, Alexis, and Felicius. In a few years, they will probably follow in their footsteps. Do we want these heroes of the kingdom to go to Elysee with regrets? Moreover, among the Dionysian army, they're the most familiar with the combat characteristics of the Persia army, and they are also the most familiar with the geography and customs of Persia. Shouldn't we launch an attack on Persia while some of them are still barely able to put on their armor and go to battle? This way, we can solve the hidden danger of the kingdom and fulfill their wish. Elites of the kingdom, do you agree or disagree? Please tell us your opinion now. After a moment of silence in the palace, Clotocatax assists Cypros, Antares, Hacker, Bagul, and the other ministers all responded loudly. Your Majesty, I agree that the kingdom will declare war on Persia after the sports meet. Good, good, good. The Devers looked at the excited Olivers, assists, and the others. He suddenly stood up and said loudly, since everyone agrees, then the attack on Persia is decided. He paused for a moment and continued, I have read the report of the sports meet organizing team. The city-states of the Greek alliance that accepted the invitation will send their most important officials to participate. We can take this opportunity to convene a high-level meeting of the Greek alliance and reach an agreement with them to form an allied army to fight against Persia. I will leave this matter to you, to Pyrrhus, to arrange. Yes, Your Majesty. After deciding on the most important matter, the Devers looked at his son again and said in a deep voice, Clotocatax, the few problems you mentioned about the expedition to Persia, such as the distance is too far, the kingdom cannot receive the latest news from the front line in time, nor can they transmit new orders in time. In the face of complex situations, the generals do not dare to make decisions on their own, and so on. These problems are indeed worthy of our attention. But the solution to these problems is also very simple, and that is, I will personally lead the troops to battle. Everyone was taken aback. Sidorum blurted out, Your Majesty, this absolutely cannot. Why not? Ever since I came to Greece, I personally led the army and conquered Lucania, Crotone, Syracuse, Massapi and Picetti, Rome and Carthage. I won one victory after another and helped the kingdom get through the most difficult period, gradually becoming stronger. Divers interrupted him with a stiff tone and said confidently, Ever since I came to Greece, I personally led the army and conquered Lucania, Crotone, Syracuse, Massapi and Picetti, Rome and Carthage. The upcoming war with Persia is undoubtedly important to the kingdom. It is related to the life and death of hundreds of thousands of soldiers and the rise and fall of the kingdom. Other than me, who else can undertake such an important mission and have the confidence to win the final victory? Some shrewd ministers heard the hidden meaning in the Devers' words. Dionia was going to use all the forces of the kingdom to attack Persia, and there was some uneasiness in handing such a huge force to a general. What's more, after the victory, great glory would be added to the general, which increased the uneasiness. Therefore, it was the safest for the king to personally lead the troops to battle. Of course, Clotocatax was also aware of this problem, but he still suggested worriedly, the environment and climate of Persia are different from that of the kingdom, and this is a 1,000-mile expedition. It will definitely be more tiring. Your Majesty, Father, you are already old, and you should not undertake such a difficult expedition. Let me go on behalf of you. Chapter 1253. Clotho. The Devers called his son's nickname and said with relief, I'm happy that you're so filial, but I'm the same as Amyntas and the others. I've been hoping for this for decades. Do you want me to go to Elysee with regret? Clotocatax was stunned and did not know how to answer. The Devers smiled and said, Don't worry. I led the mercenaries to fight in Persia for more than a year and never fell sick. I've completely adapted to the climate and food there. Although I'm old now, I've never stopped exercising and rarely get sick. My body is still in good shape, isn't it? Yes, Your Majesty. According to the comprehensive analysis of your previous physical examinations, the functions of your organs are almost the same as a healthy middle-aged man. Medical Minister Stesichodes said truthfully, "Clotho, did you hear that? Maybe my body is even better than yours." The Devers laughed and said in a determined tone, "Everyone, I'm already 60 years old. I've been in the army all my life and won countless victories. This will be my last battle. Let me eliminate this last strong enemy for the holy kingdom of Dionia that we've built together." Clotho Catax wanted to say something, but stopped. In the end, he sighed helplessly. The ministers looked at each other, and no one objected. At this time, Sidorum stood up and asked, "Your Majesty, you're going to lead the army on an expedition. How will the kingdom's affairs be arranged?" The Devers was prepared. He said, slowly, "Consul Clotho Catax will take charge of the affairs of the kingdom. You and the other ministers will do your best to help. In fact, this is how the kingdom's administrative office has been running for the past few years. I believe that after my expedition, you can do better." No one objected to the Devers' arrangement. Some even thought that 5 years ago, when His Majesty Devers appointed his son, Clotho Catax, as consul and began to handle the affairs of the kingdom, he might have already had the intention to go to Persia. Everyone, today's meeting has decided on the expedition to Persia. After this, we will have in-depth discussions on this and make some secret preparations. Devers looked around at the crowd and said solemnly, "But in order to ensure that the sports meet goes smoothly, we won't announce it to the public for now. I hope that everyone will abide by the kingdom's laws and not leak this out." "Yes, Your Majesty." After the administrative meeting ended, the Devers returned to their office. Just as they sat down, Henneborus came in and reported, "Your Majesty, Aristyras requests to see you." "Let him in." Aristras walked over slowly and bowed respectfully. "Aris, if you are here to ask me about the resignation you submitted last time." The Devers looked at him and said softly, "I will not agree to it for the time being. You have heard in the meeting just now that I will personally conquer Persia, so the stability of the kingdom still needs your help, and you still need to work hard for a while. What do you think?" "Your Majesty, I agree," Aristyras answered straightforwardly. "But I have one more thing to report to you." "Very well, speak." "Prince Phili of the Kingdom of Macedonia, whom you have asked the intelligence department to focus on, has been discovered by the intelligence officers in Thessaly to blend in with the Macedonian emissaries and is on his way to Turiae." "Blend in with the Macedonian emissaries?" The Devers' heart skipped a beat. "You mean that he is not participating in the sports meet as a Macedonian prince? Even his mother and brother do not know that he has left Macedonia?" "They should know by now," Aristyras explained. Aristyras explained. "Then I received a secret report from Thessaly. Not long after the Macedonian emissary delegation left by ship, the Macedonian royal guards were searching for him in the city of Igi. I estimate that Macedonia will soon send another emissary to Turiae to find their emissaries and strengthen the protection of Phili. It is even possible that they will make Phili's identity public." The Devers understood that the reason why Aristras made such a detailed analysis of the whereabouts of a Macedonian prince was because he had some bad conjectures about the way he had asked the intelligence department to closely monitor this little Macedonian prince who had nothing to do with the kingdom of Dionia. In 369 BC, 25 years of the kingdom of Dionia, when the Dionysian army conquered Thessaly and established the new Hellenic Union, King Amyntas of Thessaly's northern neighbor, King Alexander of Macedonia, died of illness. His young eldest son, Alexander, succeeded to the throne. Soon after, a noble general in northern Macedonia launched a rebellion and occupied the area near Chalgetic. Alexander sent troops to quell the rebellion, but suffered a defeat. The rebel army marched south and headed straight for the royal palace, Igi. The situation was so critical that King Alexander had to send a messenger to Athens for help. Macedonia and Sparta used to be allies. Alexander should have asked for help from Sparta, but he heard that Sparta was now under the control of the Holy Kingdom of Dionia, and there were rumors in Macedonia that the king of Dionia had killed his father. The people were in a panic, and the young Macedonian king was also afraid. He had no choice but to ask for help from Iphicrates of Athens, because this famous general of Athens had a close relationship with Macedonia, and the former king Amyntas of Macedonia was his adoptive father. After Iphicrates received the request for help, he indeed made a suggestion to the General Executive Council of Athens. However, Callistratus reminded everyone that although the newly established New Greek Alliance did not restrict its members from using troops against other countries, if Athens sent troops to Macedonia, which was adjacent to Thessaly, it would inevitably arouse the suspicions of Dionia. Therefore, it was best to get the permission of Dionia. Although everyone was unwilling, they finally agreed to Callistratus' suggestion and sent a messenger to the Council of New Greek Alliance in Thurii. When the Devers received the news, they immediately ordered the troops stationed in Thessaly to rescue the Macedonian royal family and repel the rebel army. However, during the time when the messenger went back and forth, the Macedonian rebel army broke through the city of Aegae, and King Alexander died in battle. The queen, together with the king's two younger brothers, Patacus and Phili, fled to the south of the Gulf of Terma. The governor of Thessaly, Helos, sent a messenger to the queen of Macedonia to convey the goodwill of the king of Dionia towards Macedonia. The queen of Macedonia finally let down her guard and asked for help from Dionia, and was willing to let Macedonia join the new Greek alliance. However, the messenger of Dionia tactfully said that if Macedonia wanted to join the new Greek alliance, it had to obtain the consent of more than half of the city-states in the Greek alliance, which would take a lot of time. However, if Macedonia only formed an alliance with Dionia, just like the alliance with Sparta in the past, then the alliance could be signed immediately, and the Dionysian army in Thessaly could immediately send troops. The queen of Macedonia had no choice but to agree to the messenger's request and sign an alliance with Dionia, acknowledging Dionia as her master. The border legions in Thessaly were immediately ordered to go north and defeat the rebel army near the city of Pera. After a series of pursuit, they finally captured and killed the Macedonian general who started the rebellion, and recaptured the towns that they had occupied. With the full support of Dionia, the Amyntas family regained their royal power, and Alexander's second brother, Perdiccas, became the king of Macedonia. Throughout the process of putting down the rebellion, the queen of Alexander and the new king saw the strength of Dionia and associated it with the enmity between the king of Dionia and Macedonia. So after a discussion, they decided to send their third brother, Philip, to Thurii as a hostage to show the loyalty of Macedonia to Dionia. When the Devers learned of this news, they very clearly expressed their rejection and personally wrote a letter to comfort Perdiccas, saying, "As long as Macedonia remains loyal to Dionia, then Dionia will always guarantee the long-term stability of the Amyntas family in Macedonia, so there is no need for any hostage to maintain the friendship between the two countries." After reading the letter, Perdiccas was very touched, but he would never know that the main reason why the Devers did not accept the fact that Macedonia sent Philip to Thurii as a hostage was because he had some understanding of the history of the rise of Macedonia in his previous life. In his previous life, at this time, Athens and the Thebes had interfered with the political situation of Macedonia, and in the end, Macedonia surrendered to the more powerful Thebes. In order to ensure the loyalty of Macedonia, the Thebes forcibly took the Prince Philip as a hostage. It was said that after Philip arrived at the Thebes, he entered the military school established by Epaminondas to study, and he heard and witnessed the military reform carried out by Epaminondas in the Thebes, as well as the implementation of various resolutions in the process of the formation and integration of the Thebes, led by Peropides in the process of the formation and integration of the Piotia alliance. A few years later, because of the civil strife in Macedonia, this young man in his 20s returned to his homeland and usurped his nephew's throne. He used the knowledge he had learned in the Thebes to create a powerful new army. Not only did he achieve the unification of Macedonia, but he also made it stronger. After that, his son Alexander destroyed the Thebes who had once given Philip political and military enlightenment. The Devers were prepared for a rainy day. Of course, they would not give the talented Philip such an opportunity. As for the loyalty of Macedonia, It was not in the Devers' consideration at all. He even hoped that Macedonia would betray the alliance. In this way, after a few years of reorganization and integration with the Thessaly, Dionia could seize the opportunity to destroy Macedonia and expand its territory in Greece. This would also strengthen the kingdom's power in Greece. This Prince Philly is really worrisome. At this moment, the Devers said cautiously, regardless of whether the Macedonian emissary group wants to reveal his identity. Since he is here to watch the sports competition, he is an important guest of Dionia. We must ensure his safety. Aristides stole a glance at the Devers and felt that his previous guess seemed to be wrong. He immediately said seriously, "Yes, Your Majesty, we will do our best to ensure Philip's safety." Chapter 1254. By the way, what has Ptolemy, the regent of Macedonia, who married the widow of Amyntas, stepmother of Alexander, Patacas, and Philip, done recently? Your Majesty, I was about to report to you. Our spies in Ager have discovered that in the past 6 months, there have been merchants from Asia Minor entering and exiting Ptolemy's mansion from time to time. Merchants from Asia Minor. Devers pondered and asked, "Are you saying that Ptolemy may have colluded with Persia?" Aristides said cautiously, "In order to avoid alerting Ptolemy, the intelligence department did not further investigate the merchant from Asia Minor. However, the relationship between Patacas and Ptolemy has been very tense during this period. Patacas has publicly accused Ptolemy of taking too much power and wanting to be king, and Ptolemy has also publicly retorted. Patacas is childish, and his rewards and punishments are unfair. If it were not for his supervision, Macedonia would be in a mess. It is reported that when Philip sneaked to Thurii, Patacas once suspected that his brother was being held hostage by Ptolemy, and even sent his guards to inquire. I think if it were not for the protection of Dionia, the powerful Ptolemy might have rebelled." "You are right. A few years ago, after our army helped Macedonia to quell the rebels, the intelligence department found evidence of Ptolemy's collusion with the rebels. This shows that he has long been ambitious for the throne of Macedonia, but he has been holding back because he is afraid of us. Now he dares to have a conflict with Patacas, and is no longer afraid of us, Dionia. Who gave him the courage? It can only be Persia," Devers said with certainty, and then reminded again, "But your intelligence department only needs to send someone to monitor him, and you don't have to worry about anything else." As Devers said this, he was thinking in his heart, wouldn't it be great if we could solve the kingdom's only strong enemy and potential danger at the same time? Yes. After Aristides responded, he still had no intention of leaving. Devers could not help but ask, "Is there anything else?" Aristides hesitated for a moment and said softly, "Your Majesty, I have a request." "Speak." Devers was curious. The usually cautious intelligence chief rarely made requests of him. "Your Majesty, I've never left Thurii ever since I served you. This time, I hope that I can follow you on the expedition to Persia." Aristides said earnestly. Devers looked at him and was silent for a moment. He didn't know if Aristides's main purpose in making this request was to resign from his position as Director of Intelligence, especially since Devers had just rejected his resignation. "Your Majesty, this is just a little selfish of mine. If I can follow you and share some of the glory of conquering Persia, the powerful eastern country, I can proudly tell my descendants when they ask me about it in the future. And if I go to Persia, it will be more convenient and faster to mobilize the personnel of the intelligence department, spy on Persia, and disrupt the domestic order." Aristides said earnestly again, "You don't have to worry about the safety of the country. In fact, for the past 6 months, I have basically not cared about the specific affairs of the intelligence department. The specific affairs of the intelligence department have been specifically handled by Deputy Director Tratus, and with the full assistance of Secretary Maximus, the work efficiency of the intelligence department will only be stronger than before." Devers looked at him and suddenly laughed. "Good Aristides, it's rare to see you speak so much from the bottom of your heart. In order to go out and relax, You don't hesitate to belittle yourself. You've already done this. How can I not agree? But during this period of time, you have to arrange the affairs of the intelligence department. Oh, and when the expedition to Persia is announced to the people, you have to admit to Asuna that it was you who wanted to go, not me, ha ha ha. Looking at Aristyrus' back as he left, Devers was deep in thought. It seemed that Aristyrus had seen through his intention to replace the old minister and pave the way for Clodo Catax. If I agree to let him go to Persia, then the important positions of the kingdom have basically been taken over by the young and strong ministers. Oh, there's also Sidorum, who has been reluctant to go. It seems that I have to find the right person to wake him up at the right time. Perhaps because most of the residents of Crete were immigrants from Laconia, the political system of the city-states of Crete was somewhat similar to that of Sparta. For example, they all had the Council of Elders, the Assembly of Citizens, and the censor system. The boys of the city-states of Crete had to receive education, mainly military training, from an early age, of course. Due to Crete's narrow terrain and lack of resources, it was unable to unify Laconia like Sparta. Although the city-states had established an alliance, they still maintained their independence. Therefore, they did not have enough financial and material resources to develop heavy infantry. Instead, they focused on training archers according to the actual situation of the island. Read Web 5 years ago, after the Greek War broke out and Sparta was conquered by Dionia, the city-states of Crete were shocked. A few months later, when a large fleet of Dionia sailed around the coast of Crete, the Council of Elders of the city-states of Crete quickly made a decision: join the new Greek Union and surrender to Dionia. After the establishment of the new Greek Union, peace and tranquility were finally restored in Greece in the past few years. The citizens of Crete were no longer recruited by the city-states to be involved in the war in Greece. Many of the citizens of Crete were grateful to Dionia. The year before last, the king of Dionia announced to the public that a grand sports event was going to be held, and invitations were sent to the city-states and countries in the Mediterranean Sea. When the city-states of Crete received the invitation letter, the Cretans were surprised to find that archery was one of the events listed in the letter. In the past, the Cretans also participated in the sports held in Greece, but it was mostly the children of the nobles who participated. This was because their wealthy families could provide enough money for them to receive professional training in public fitness centers. The standard of the commoners was obviously far inferior to them. However, this time was different. Archery was a skill that the Cretans were good at. Since Dionia only gave a total of 5 archery spots to the city-states of Crete, the Crete Union held a grand archery competition. In the end, 5 of the best players were selected. Together with the players who participated in other events, they formed the Cretan team. In early June, they took a ship to Turiae. As this time, some new rules would be implemented, and they needed to adapt to them first. Megachides, a 20-year-old young man from the city of Heraklion, Crete, won the championship of the archery competition. The people of Crete had high expectations of him, and he was full of confidence. However, when he arrived in Turiae and began to adapt to the venue, he discovered that the target used in the archery competition of the Dionia Games was not a human head target, but a novel, circular target. The target was painted with 5 concentric circles, and the closer the arrow was to the center of the target, the higher the score. This required the players who wanted to win the championship to further improve the accuracy of their archery. When he first started practicing, Megachides' score was not high, and he was a little nervous. However, after 20 days of continuous practice, he began to adapt. At this moment, he took an arrow from his quiver and put it on the bowstring. He hooked the bowstring with 2 fingers of his right hand and slowly pulled back. At the same time, his left hand held the bow straight and slowly raised it. His eyes were fixed on the target 50 meters in front of him. When the bowstring was half full, his arm was motionless, and his breathing was steady. He unconsciously released his fingers, and the arrow flew out. 9 rings. The target reporting officer shouted in front of him. Megachides shook his head slightly with dissatisfaction, and his left hand rubbed his sore right arm. "This time, I got a total of 26 rings with 3 arrows. After 4 rounds of shooting, it's already very good to be able to achieve such a training result." After listening to the target reporting officer's praise, Megachides did not feel happy. He unconsciously turned his head to look at the players who were seriously training on the other targets. Originally, he participated in the games with the mentality of winning. As a result, during these days of practice, he learned that many of the players who participated in the archery event were very good at archery, and most of them came from various regions of Dionia. As far as he knew, these Dionia players also participated in military training since childhood. Teenagers who performed well in archery would have special teachers to help them strengthen their training in this area. When they reached adulthood, the military camps in various regions of Dionia would conduct an archery test for them. Those who performed the best would be selected into the light infantry brigade, and the weaker ones would become members of the reserve team. Then they would still go through military training year after year, day after day. Sometimes they would follow the legion to the battlefield and participate in the battle. He once asked a player from the East Sicilian region of Dionia, and the player told him that the East Sicilian region had held an archery tryout 2 months ago. As there was no age limit for the archery competition, the number of participants exceeded 5,000. The whole tryout lasted for 10 days, and in the end, 3 players were selected after extra rounds. Each region of Dionia only had 3 places for archery. The number of people who participated in the archery tryout in one region of Dionia exceeded that of Crete, and there were dozens of regions in Dionia. The players selected from such a large number of people were naturally outstanding. Their performance on the training ground really made Megachides feel pressured. "One more round," he said in a deep voice. Chapter 1255. Although he was young, he had a firm mind and was not someone who could be easily persuaded. However, at this moment he was a little hesitant. At this time a shout came from behind him. "Megachides, we should go back!" It was the official of the Crete delegation, the leader of their archery team. Speaking of which, it was interesting. In the past, in the various games held in Greece, the participants basically went to the venue on their own. Very few city-states organized teams to participate. But this time, when Dionia sent out the invitation, it requested in the letter that each participating city-state and region must have an official to lead the athletes to form a delegation and participate as a group. At the same time, Dionia would also make a medal table based on the number of awards won by each region and city-state delegation, which would be posted at the entrance and exit of each arena. At the end of the games, Dionia would give generous rewards to the top 3 regions and city-states with the total number of medals. This was not just a matter of money, but also involved the honor of the city-state and region. Therefore, the enthusiasm of the Crete city-state officials to participate in the games was greatly aroused. These Crete nobles, who had never cared much about the affairs of Greece, signed up to join the delegation and go to Turin. Due to the large number of people signing up, a running competition was held to select the leading officials. The person who made this suggestion had a good reason. The Crete officials who would lead the team to Turin were the role models of the athletes, and of course, they had to be in good physical condition. These selected officials could not perform their duties well at first. They only cared about themselves and did not take care of the athletes' daily food and daily life. When they arrived at the training ground, they even participated in the training themselves. Sometimes they even had conflicts with the athletes. However, whether it was the training ground or the athletes' hotel, athletes and officials from other regions and city-states could be seen everywhere. Under the pressure, the Crete officials gradually completed their identity change and began to devote themselves to serving the athletes. The leader who was shouting was also from Megachides' home country. As a noble, he didn't pay much attention to Megachides, who was born as a commoner. But now he was willing to help Megachides and the other Crete archers on the training ground. This was already a very big change. Of course, Megachides would not be ungrateful. He returned the bow to the target reporting officer with some reluctance. According to the rules of the sports meeting, for the sake of fairness, The sports meeting would provide bows and arrows during the competition, which was the set they used in training. The quality of the bows and arrows was obviously much better than Mecha's own bows and arrows. The more he used them, the more comfortable he was, and he wished he could take a set home. But he knew that a bow of high quality and exquisite workmanship like this was definitely not cheap. It was not something he could afford unless he could win the championship and obtain the generous prize. May the Hades bless you and let you get a good ranking in the competition. The target reporting officer smiled and expressed his blessing to him. Thank you. Megakides' heart warmed. Since he arrived in Turin, the Dionia people he met were friendly to him, which made him feel very close to them. He even had a good impression of the patron saint of the kingdom of Dionia, Hades. So he replied, May the Hades bless you for a lifetime of peace. When he returned to the Crete team, the leader, Flax, said impatiently, We have to hurry back to the hotel. I just heard from the management here that the Turin City Hall will implement a curfew in the entire city from this evening to ensure a smooth start of tomorrow's sports meeting. To avoid trouble, we have to hurry back to the hotel. Under his urging, the Crete athletes quickly packed their bags, left the archery range, and hurried east. Although the archery range was newly built to host the archery competition of this sports meeting, it did not cost as much money and time as the swimming pool and the racetrack. Because archery was an open-air competition, they only needed to build a wall around the archery range and place long wooden benches behind the athletes for the audience to sit and watch. It was built in the west of Turin, next to the Turin barracks. It was a bit remote from the city, but the roads nearby were bustling with traffic every day. Many people often entered the archery range to watch the training. But when the Crete archery team set foot on the road back, they clearly felt that there were fewer pedestrians on the road, and after entering the outer city, they frequently encountered patrols, which delayed them a lot of time. When they returned to the athletes' hotel, the sky was already dark, and the hotel lobby was lit with candles. Megakides, who was already sweating profusely, did not go to dinner immediately. Instead, they went to the hotel's bathing area. The athletes' hotel in the western outer city was built next to the La Mara Savone Arena. It was composed of a total of 4 large 6-story buildings, and in the middle of these buildings was the bathing area. When they first checked in and entered the bathing area for the first time, they were confused by the tedious procedures, but now they had completely adapted to it and enjoyed it. When Megakides came out of the bathing area, he felt refreshed and tired. Even the soreness in his arms had disappeared without a trace. If only there was such a bathing place in Heraklion. Such a thought came to Megakides' mind, but then he thought about it again. If that was the case, there must be a lot of people going to bathe there, and the cost would not be low. It would not be free like here. Sigh, the people of Dionia are so lucky. His envy lasted until they entered the restaurant. There was a row of tables, neatly placed on one side of the restaurant. On each table was a large, wide-mouthed clay pot filled with steaming food. Stewed chicken, egg soup, roasted beef, fried fish, roasted lamb leg, haggis soup, honey bread, sweet oatmeal. There were even wine, beer, and fruit juice. Every day, the hotel's dinner was so rich and delicious, and they could eat and drink at will without any restrictions. When the dishes in the clay pot were finished, the waiters in the restaurant would add more at any time. Many civilian contestants like Megakides had never enjoyed such food and such treatment in their lives. When they walked into the restaurant for the first time and heard the waiter say that they could eat and drink at will for free, they thought they had heard wrong. It was not until they confirmed that it was true that some people began to eat and drink like crazy. As a result, their stomachs were bloated, and they had to urgently call a doctor for treatment. Some contestants had guessed that this was a welcome banquet, so it was so special, and they would not be so generous in the future. Who knew that every breakfast and dinner after that was the same? The athletes' restaurant did not provide lunch, but the athletes were allowed to take some breakfast out of the restaurant for lunch during training, which shocked all the contestants. They almost suspected that they had come to the Elysium that the people of Dionia often mentioned. Dionia is so powerful and rich. It must be a blessing to be a citizen of this kingdom. It's so lucky to be able to participate in this sports meeting. After seeing the prosperity of the giant city of Turin and enjoying the various benefits that Turin provided to the athletes recalled the bitterness they had experienced when they participated in other sports meetings and felt that the Dionia Games were more valuable, especially when they learned from the waiters in the athletes' hotel that the Turin City Hall did not deliberately do this to please them. In fact, the athletes who came to Turin to participate in the rugby and football finals every year also enjoyed the same treatment, so they were more certain that Dionia was a paradise for athletes. Before the sports meeting was held, Dionia had captured the hearts of almost all the athletes. Everything that Turin had done was worth it because it had achieved one of the purposes of the Devers' hosting of the sports meeting. Athletes continued to enter the restaurant, and when Megakides came back with a wooden plate filled with the food he wanted to eat, the restaurant was almost full. "Here, Megakides." Someone waved to him. Megakides hurried over and said, "Sirithaus, you're back early." Sirithaus was also a young nobleman from the city of Heraklion in Crete. He had signed up to participate in the running competition of the sports meeting. After more than 20 days of getting along, the two of them, who came from the same city, had become friends. "I didn't train much today. I just wore the shorts they provided. I tried to run a few times, and it felt okay. The starting, arm swinging, striding, and sprinting were not affected." As soon as Sirithaus finished speaking, another runner next to him immediately complained, "I feel very affected. When I run, the fabric rubs against my thighs, and it's very uncomfortable." The sports meeting has always been naked, but Dionia insisted on changing the tradition and making everyone wear this thing. "This is blasphemy to the gods." Sirithaus glanced at him and said, "Since you are not satisfied with this sports meeting, you can withdraw from the competition." The runner said, "The competition starts tomorrow. It's not good to withdraw at this time." "Come on. I think you are just reluctant to give up the free food and comfortable service here." Sirithaus saw through his thoughts and said half jokingly and half seriously, "Dionia is now the overlord of the entire Greek world, much more powerful than Sparta in the past. Even Olympia and Delphi have no choice but to submit to it. Not to mention wearing shorts, I don't think any city-state would dare to openly oppose it even if they asked everyone to wear bulletins attire during the competition. And think about it, Dionia allows women to watch the competition. It is said that the princess and princess of Dionia will be sitting in the audience during the competition ceremony tomorrow, so it is understandable that they want us to compete in shorts. Chapter 1256. I think you are hoping to be chosen by a Dionia princess so that you can become the son-in-law of the king of Dionia. His teammate snorted with dissatisfaction. Not only did Sirithaus not refute, but he also whispered seriously, "Unfortunately, according to the news I heard, several princesses of the royal family of Dionia have already been married. There is no chance. However, it would be good if you could be chosen by the daughter of a minister of Dionia. I say you should also work hard and try to stay in the kingdom of Dionia." Although women were forbidden to watch the Greek games in the past, anecdotes of choosing husbands through the games still happened occasionally, and it became a popular story. For example, the former tyrant of the Athens games, Pisistratus, once asked his daughter to disguise herself and enter the games to choose an ideal husband. Sirithaus was handsome, tall, and well-proportioned, and it was indeed very likely that he would be favored by the women of Dionia. The people next to him were also a little tempted and fell into a fantasy for a while. "It seems that you are ready to perform well in tomorrow's race." Megakides put the plate on the table and sat opposite Sirithaus. "Of course I will perform well, but I am not sure if I can advance to the next round." Sirithaus said these words in frustration, but his expression was very calm. "I have been observing in the training room these few days. The athletes sent by Athens Games, Thebes, Corinth, and Elis are very strong this time. Fortunately, this time Dionia has completely changed the way of the games, and everyone is not used to it, I still have a little chance. And even if I am eliminated in the 100m race, I still have the 200m and 400m races. If I show my face in the field a few more times, the chances of being chosen by the ladies of Dionia will be much higher. Megachides was a little dissatisfied with Siridhau's attitude of not trying his best to win, but focusing on how to win the hearts of the ladies of Dionia. However, Siridhaus was a noble after all, and he did not dare to criticize him, so he just buried his head in eating. I heard from the management of the stadium that Dionia will hold a grand ceremony tomorrow. It will be completely different from the previous opening ceremonies. I really want to see it as soon as possible. Siridhao's exclamation stunned Megachides. Yes, Dionia can provide such comfortable accommodation and sumptuous food for the athletes. What kind of surprise will it bring to all the athletes and the city-state representatives at tomorrow's ceremony? Megachides was also full of hope. The Hades Arena was the first arena built by Dionia. It was located in the center of the inner city of Turiai and was the venue for the final of the kingdom's rugby and football finals every year. To meet the growing demand of spectators, it had undergone several large-scale renovations and expansions, the most recent of which happened 2 years after the King of Devers announced the holding of the games. Now, its architectural structure and appearance were very different from when it was first built decades ago. The entire arena was almost a huge circle, with a height of about 42 meters and an area of more than 15,000 square meters. It could usually accommodate nearly 60,000 spectators. It was not only a sacred place in the eyes of the athletes and fans, but also one of the architectural wonders of the Turiai region. In the early morning of July 2nd, 365 BC, the 29th year of the Kingdom of Dionia, a bustling crowd gathered from all directions to the Hades Arena. At the same time, 69 entrances to the Hades Arena opened at the same time. Only one entrance was temporarily closed, and that was the passage for the members of the royal family. Ticket inspectors and patrols were in place. Even the Turiai City Hall had applied to the Ministry of Military Affairs for the transfer of 4 reserve brigades from the Turiai barracks to help maintain order outside the arena. Under the guidance of volunteers and guides, tens of thousands of spectators turned into a trickle and went to every entrance. Many spectators from all over Greece handed the tickets in their hands to the ticket checkers nervously. In the past, they never had to pay to watch the games held in Greece. This was the first time they had to buy tickets. They were both curious and nervous. Would such a strange piece of paperwork? But for the spectators of Dionia, buying tickets to watch the games was a natural thing. They had been doing this for decades. Every year, Turiai and other regions of the kingdom depended on the ticket money alone to bring a lot of income to the city hall. The tickets this time were made with a thick, fine, blue paper newly developed by the Kristoia Chamber of Commerce. It was almost impossible for anyone to forge the tickets. It took dozens of scribes of the Chamber of Commerce nearly a month just to write down the game, venue, date, and seat number on all the tickets. The ticket inspector mainly checked the authenticity of the tickets and whether the information on the tickets had been altered. After everything was confirmed, he would invite the spectators to enter the arena with a smile. After the spectators passed through the entrance, they had to go to the designated floor on the ticket and then hand the ticket inspector at the entrance of the floor again before they could enter the auditorium. There were 4 floors in the Hades Arena, and the price of each floor was different. The first floor was mainly provided for the elders, ministers, VIPs, and citizens and heroes who had made outstanding contributions to the kingdom. There were no seats on the 4th floor, and it was the cheapest. Why is it so troublesome to enter the auditorium? Iphicrates found his seat according to the seat number on the ticket. As soon as he sat down, he began to complain. I thought the people of Athens were very calculative, but I didn't expect the people of Dionia to be even more stingy than us. I've never heard of charging fees to watch the games. Callistratus, who sat next to him, said a few words of justice for Dionia. It's understandable. They provide free accommodation and food to all the emissary delegations and athletes. It costs a lot of money, so it's understandable that they want to earn some money by selling tickets. I've asked the ticket inspector when I entered the arena, and the price of the tickets is not high. The cheapest one is only 3 drachmas, and the most expensive one is only 10 drachmas. The tickets for the emissary delegations are given by the City Hall of Turiai, so there's no need to pay. Even the poor should be able to afford it. It's cheap, but look at how many people can sit here. After this game, Dionia can earn at least hundreds of thousands or even millions of drachmas. And how many games do they have to hold in the entire Olympic Games? Dionia can earn a huge fortune just by hosting the games. Iphicrates counted with his fingers, estimating the income of Dionia's games. Why are you tempted? Callistratus said jokingly, do you want to suggest in the council to learn from Dionia and start charging fees in the future Athens Games? Iphicrates thought about it carefully, then shook his head and said, I'm afraid that won't work. Let's not talk about the fact that the Athens Games don't have a tradition of charging fees, and the people won't be able to accept it. Not to mention that our arena is open to the public, and it's difficult to restrict people from entering and leaving. If we want to build such a huge and complicated arena in Athens, the funds and manpower alone are already unbearable. Not to mention the construction technology it requires is probably something we don't have now. Callistratus scanned the entire venue with a cautious gaze and finally sighed, even if we build such an arena, the number of spectators it can accommodate far exceeds the number of citizens in Athens. The number of citizens in Athens is generally maintained at 4,000 to 5,000, and I'm afraid it'll take a long time to earn back the profits. Therefore, such a huge building, such a charging method, only a big country with a strong national power and a huge population like Dionia can implement it. Iphicrates was silent. He was previously dissatisfied with Dionia. As the adopted son of the former king of Macedonia, Amyntas, he wanted to lead troops to help during the Macedonian rebellion 4 years ago. However, he was dissuaded by the General Executive Committee of Athens and had no choice but to seek help from the leader of the Greek alliance, Dionia. In the end, when Dionia sent troops, his sworn brother, Alexander, had already died in battle. Moreover, after Dionia quelled the rebellion, they did not allow Macedonia to join the Greek alliance. Instead, they formed an alliance with Macedonia alone. Iphicrates believed that the people of Dionia had selfish motives. Neither he nor Callistratus had been to Turiai before. This time, as a member of the emissary delegation from Athens, they had truly witnessed the power and prosperity of Dionia, which was far from what Athens could compare to. Some of the thoughts hidden in their hearts had basically been dispelled. At this moment, he still said with some dissatisfaction, the key still depends on whether Dionia can organize the sports meeting well. Otherwise, no matter how good the arena is, it's useless. Callistratus more or less understood the mentality of his colleague. For a period of time after the end of the Greek War, he was also dissatisfied. However, as Dionia's position as the hegemon of Greece became more and more stable, more and more Ionian city-states, islands in the Aegean Sea, joined the Greek alliance, and Athens's path of expansion from the sea had been blocked. Due to the alliance with Dionia, Athens's trade channels had been greatly expanded. The domestic market was more prosperous, and the commercial taxes had increased significantly. The treasury was also richer, and the citizens were enjoying the peace and comfort. The situation had changed, and Callistratus had also given up on the idea of going against Dionia. He did not continue on this topic. Instead, he pointed to the side and said in surprise, "Look, Odysseus is here too. I thought he would not participate in this sports meeting." Chapter 1257. Iphicrates looked in the direction he was pointing, and a look of sympathy appeared on his face. "He must have arrived in Turiai yesterday. That's why we didn't see him in the hotel. Speaking of which, he is quite pitiful. His son, who was seriously injured in the Greek war, died of illness last year. The Sparta people are all brawn and no brains. In the new Sparta government, they are no match for the cunning Pariasis and the Hercules who have the support of Massiria and Arcadia. Some of the Hercules of Sparta had migrated to the Tigea territory belonging to Mandinia, so they have a good relationship with Mandinia, the leader of Arcadia. That's why he still insists on attending the new Sparta parliament, even though he's almost 80 years old. If it weren't for his constant travel, we would have almost forgotten about the Sparta people. Callistratus sighed. What a respectable old man. Agesilaus did not know that two acquaintances were talking about him behind his back. The reason he only arrived yesterday was because he was sick. As soon as he recovered, he ignored the doctor's advice and rushed to Thurii. How could he give up such a good opportunity to meet the king of Devers and fight for some benefits for the Sparta people? It was also to fulfill his long-cherished wish to visit Dionia, which he had been trying to deal with for decades before he died. It was already dusk when the passenger ship arrived at the port of Thurii yesterday. Exhausted, Agesilaus boarded the carriage sent by the Thurii City Hall to the port to pick up the VIPs. He fell asleep the moment he got on the carriage and did not enjoy the scenery of the city of Thurii. Early this morning, when he was brought into the main arena of Hades by the guide, even though he had seen many grand scenes in his life, he was still shocked by the huge building. When he looked up, he was like a frog at the bottom of a well. He could only see the small circular sky above the tall building, but the boiling sound of the audience that was gradually filling up made him feel insignificant. He had participated in all 4 major sports in Greece, and he had even led troops to interfere in the holding of sports several times. However, this was the first time he had seen such a grand competition venue. While he was seriously looking at this special venue, a voice came from beside him. Agesilaus, it's nice to meet you. Agesilaus turned around and saw the current military commander of Paeotia, Peropides. The person standing beside him was also an acquaintance that left a deep impression on Agesilaus Epaminondas. Peropides was smiling. Although Epaminondas looked calm, he nodded to greet Agesilaus. Agesilaus' face twitched a few times. With a sullen face, he said coldly, "I'm not happy to see you." After that, he turned around and ignored the two of them. Agesilaus' reaction was not surprising. For the past few years, he had been regretting that Sparta should not have started the war with the Thebes. Otherwise, they would not have fallen into such a terrible situation today. Moreover, the two Thebes who led the Thebes to fight against Sparta for many years and even defeated the Sparta army in the Battle of Leuctra were the two Thebes in front of him. How could he be nice to them? Agesilaus' response made Peropides feel slightly awkward. He laughed at himself and shrugged at Epaminondas. He deliberately said loudly, "I didn't expect him to still hold a grudge against the past now that we are in the same alliance. Comparing the current situation of the Thebes and Sparta, it would be strange if he could accept it," Epaminondas said softly. Before the war with the Thebes, Sparta was the overlord of Greece. There were garrisons in many cities in central Greece, including the Thebes. When the government officials of the Thebes met the general of the Sparta garrisons, they would bow and scrape like slaves to their masters, let alone the ordinary people, who knew that after more than 20 years, the real Sparta had fallen to the point of extinction, while the Thebes, with the strong support of Dionia, not only completely unified the entire Paeotia region, but also vigorously developed Oropus and the port at Corinth Bay, promoting the maritime trade with Dionia, which greatly improved the shortcomings of the Paeotia region, making it the second largest power in the Greek alliance. The first was the Holy Kingdom of Dionia. After Athens dissolved the maritime alliance and lost the vassal states, it fell behind the Paeotia alliance in terms of land area and number of citizens. However, the number of population and the degree of development of commerce were still higher than that of Paeotia. However, because the Thebes had a closer relationship with Dionia, most of the Greek people believed that Paeotia was stronger than Athens. This greatly increased the power of the Thebes in the alliance, and also caused the status of the Thebes in Greece to rise rapidly. Now, the positions of Sparta and Thebes were completely reversed. Indeed, Peropides laughed heartily. Agelaus, who was sitting in the front row, heard the laughter and found it harsh, but he could only pretend that he did not hear it. "Sit down. Don't block the audience at the back." Epaminondas reminded Agelaus. He felt that it was completely unnecessary for his good friend to take revenge on Agelaus. Since the establishment of the new Hellenic alliance and the Thebes unified the Boeotia region, he had voluntarily resigned from all his posts. If it wasn't for the invitation letter from Dionia to the Boeotia alliance that specifically requested Epaminondas to attend, he would probably still be living in seclusion at home. After Peropides sat down, he looked around with interest and said excitedly, "In the invitation letter that Dionia gave us, they will hold a different sports event. I think this arena is very different. At least the Greek city-states, including us, Thebes, are not capable of building it." "Yes." Epaminondas also sighed. "Do you remember when we were young and watched the sports event in Corinth, only to see the Dionia contestants being expelled? At that time, who would have thought that the Dionia that was humiliated by the audience would become the hegemon of Greece after only 20 years? They even invited all the city-states and countries in the Mediterranean to participate in their sports event. Now that you mentioned it, I remember." Peropides said half-jokingly, "I heard that even after Dionia became the leader of the Hellenic alliance, the foreign athletes from Dionia who participated in various sports events were still discriminated against by the Greek people. Therefore, King Dionia organized this sports event in a fit of anger, allowing all the races in the Mediterranean to participate. This is the magnanimity of a great country, unlike our Greek city-states who are stubborn, conservative, and petty." "Does the Greek city-states that you mentioned include us, Thebes and the Boeotia alliance?" Epaminondas asked calmly. Peropides did not respond. He pointed to a spot not far away and said gloatingly, "Look, General Cleonion of Corinth is over there. I'm wondering what kind of mood he will be in when he sits in this arena. Is he worried that the Dionia sports event will surpass the Corinth sports event and become the most popular sports event in Greece? Not only Corinth, I think Elis and Delphi will be worried too. Look, aren't there messengers sitting there?" A voice came from beside them. Epaminondas immediately stood up. "Good morning, Lycomedes." "Good morning, Peropides, Epaminondas. It's a pleasure to sit with you." Lycomedes waved the ticket in his hand and pointed to the serial number on the stone bench. He said with a sigh, "What amazed me the most when I came to Thurii was not the size and prosperity of the city, but the fact that there are so many people here, yet they are managed in such an orderly manner. Now, it seems that it's because the officials of Dionia are very serious and meticulous in governing the country. Think about it. Even the entrances of the arena, each entrance has a number corresponding to the number written on the ticket. The stone stairs, there are wooden railings on the sides of the stairs to prevent them from falling, and the seats are carefully designed so that there will be no chaos when so many spectators enter the arena. This shows that their meticulous management has penetrated into every aspect of the people's lives. Yes, think about all the previous sports events where there were no conflicts because of spectators fighting for seats. As the motherland, we should not only feel ashamed, but we should also learn from Dionia with humility." Peropides said seriously, then politely made an inviting gesture. "Lycomedes, please take a seat." After the Greek War, the Greek city-states did not benefit the most from the Thebes, but Mandinia. Not only did they obtain the fertile land of Tegea, but they also established the Arcadia Union with Mandinia as the main body with the strong support of Dionia, becoming a major force in Greece. Peropides once said to Epaminondas in private in envy, in order to establish the Boeotia Union, "We, the Thebes, fought hard with Sparta for many years and sacrificed so many people." Mandinia, on the other hand, was only lucky enough to follow Dionia in the Greek War, and finally achieved this goal easily. Apollo is really biased. However, Peropides, who was lively and cheerful on the outside but very proud on the inside, showed sincere respect for Lycomedes, because not only did Lycomedes propose the establishment of the Arcadia Union for the first time, but he had also worked tirelessly for many years, and because of this he served as the chairman of the Arcadia Union for 5 consecutive years. The highest position in the Arcadia Union Parliament could only be held by a Mandinian. I just heard that Dionia is going to hold a different sports event. Chapter 1258. After Lycomede sat down, he said with a sigh, "It's really quite different." On the first day of the games held in Greece, the athletes and spectators would gather in front of the temple and pray to the gods with the priests. Then the athletes would stand in front of the altar, and under the guidance of the priests, they would swear in the name of the gods. But now we're sitting in the arena, waiting for the games to begin. Yes, that's what I'm confused about. Peropides asked curiously, "Lycomedes, do you know what the people of Dionia will do next?" I met the chief general of Myrcenia, Tisias, on the way here, and asked him the same question. If he doesn't know, how would I know? Lycomedes said with a smile, "It's good that you don't know. This way, whatever Dionia does next will be a surprise." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire arena suddenly boiled over with cheers and shouts. The 2 people who were talking still did not know what was going on. Epaminonda, who had been silently observing the surroundings, said loudly in their ears, "The King of Devers has arrived!" The spectator stand for the royal family was not far to their right. It was a 20-meter long, 5-meter high marble platform with gold-inlaid iron poles. Above it was a blue and white drapery, and it was surrounded by majestic palace guards. At this moment, the Devers brought the 2 concubines Christoia and Agnes, as well as all the children, to the viewing platform. The sharp-eyed citizens of Dionia immediately noticed the situation, and they all cheered and saluted their beloved king and concubine. The Devers, who wore a golden crown and black libbleton embroidered with gold and silver, smiled and raised their right hands, waving them gently to salute the audience. The cheers in the arena became even more enthusiastic. Suddenly, the audience opposite the royal viewing platform stood up, raised their arms above their heads, and then sat down again. Soon after, the audience on their right did the same. Human wave. Human wave. I want to play too. The second son of Crotocatax, the 6-year-old Cremedes, ran forward excitedly, but was quickly pulled back by Christoia, who said softly, "Don't rush. Let's play together later." Sure enough, when the human wave reached the royal viewing platform, the Devers and their families all raised their hands, stood up from the soft couch, and then sat down again. Although there were members of the royal family personally participating, there were many non-Dionia spectators, so the human wave became intermittent. The Dionia spectators continued patiently. The second round, the third round. Finally, all the spectators were roused, and the entire viewing platform rose and fell like rolling waves. It was a spectacular scene. When the human wave was over, Peropides still wanted to continue. He said repeatedly, "Not bad. This is a good surprise." While the VIPs in the audience were discussing the human wave, the Devers had already sat down on the couch and said to Christoia with a smile, "From the situation of the human wave just now, at least 2/3 of the spectators are not from Dionia. It seems that the Thurii City Hall has seriously implemented the decision of the royal palace." Christoia rolled her eyes at him. "It's not just the City Hall. The Chamber of Commerce has also contributed a lot." "Don't be anxious. I'm not finished yet. I'll give you a lot of praise." The Devers' face was drooling, and he reached out to touch Christoia's hand, but she slapped him hard and warned, "This is a public place. Don't mess around. It won't be good if the people see." The Devers said righteously, "What's wrong with that? To show the people our love is to remind them to respect their own marriages and love their wives. Don't you think so, Agnes?" As he said this, he took the opportunity to hold Agnes's hand. Agnes smiled slightly, but she struggled with all her strength. But she couldn't break free and could only let her husband touch her. Eunice, who was sitting in the back, made a face as she whispered to her siblings, "Father is really thick-skinned." "Eunice, what are you talking about?" The Devers didn't turn around, but shouted as if he had seen it with his own eyes. "Ah, nothing. I was just telling sister-in-law that the human wave just now was very fun." Eunice hurriedly winked at Dido, who was next to her. "Isn't that right, sister-in-law?" Dido held back his laughter. "Yes. You're lying through your teeth. Your daughter is like you." Kristoya laughed and scolded. The Devers coughed a few times. "If my daughter doesn't look like me, who else would she look like? Eunice, I'll give you a task. Go tell the people in front that the opening ceremony can begin. Don't let the audience wait too long." "This kind of occasion should be announced by Big Brother," Eunice said hesitantly. However, Clodocatax understood the Devers' intentions and said with a smile, "Eunice, you're the most popular member of the royal family in this arena. If you don't go, who else will? Moreover, your appearance will be a great encouragement to the women who are not from Dionia, who are sitting in the audience for the first time." Hearing this, Eunice stood up and said mischievously, "Father, then I'll go. Don't be jealous that I'm more popular than you when the time comes." "Cheeky, hurry up and go." The Devers looked impatient, but he couldn't help but tease. "Erex, what's wrong with you? Didn't you discipline your wife properly?" Before Erex could reply, Eunice's almond-shaped eyes widened. "How dare he?" Avia finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. Eunice gracefully walked out of the curtain and walked to the front of the royal stand, and, as expected, there were even more enthusiastic cheers around. In the main arena of Hades, Eunice was more popular than the King Devers, and this was not an empty statement. As a member of the royal family, Eunice, who loved sports, would come to this arena to watch rugby and soccer matches whenever she was free, cheering for the players with the audience. In addition, Kristoya's Chamber of Commerce had once taken the lead in donating money to the reconstruction of Hades' main arena in her name. She had also taken the place of Divers and Clodocatax, who were too busy to leave, to present awards to the champion rugby and soccer teams. Therefore, many spectators and players called her the goddess of the arena. Among the enthusiastic cheers of the audience, there were indeed a few women from the native Greek city-states. More than half of them were the wives of ordinary commoners. Because of their family circumstances, they had to work hard in the market to buy and sell goods or farm. Therefore, their status and power at home were much higher than that of the women from noble families. However, even so, they couldn't go to the various sports venues to watch the exciting games, and the games of Dionia gave them this opportunity. Therefore, they came with trepidation, and the eye-catching princess of Dionia standing in the royal stand was undoubtedly the greatest encouragement to them. There were also a few young Greek girls in the audience. As businessmen, their fathers brought them here to watch the games. Their purpose was to hook up with a rich husband and provide assistance to their future business development in the kingdom of Dionia. When these young girls first sat in the audience, they were very reserved, lowering their heads and not daring to look around. However, when they saw the women of Dionia shouting and shouting, they gradually let go of themselves. On the side of the royal stand, there was a lower platform on which sat the 5 hosts of the arena. After receiving the order from Eunice, they immediately raised a red flag and waved it in the air. When the spectators of Dionia saw this, not only did they stop their clamor, they also persuaded the audience next to them to keep quiet. After the entire arena quietened down a little, the 5 hosts picked up their copper-wrapped microphones and spoke in unison with the loud voices and tacit understanding that they had honed from hosting competitions for many years. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Hades main arena. By the order of the great King of Devers, we announce the official start of the Games of Dionia. First of all, let's welcome the band." As the voice of the host sounded, the gate leading to the entrance of the arena opened. Nearly 100 musicians with various musical instruments lined up neatly and entered the arena. They marched along the edge of the track, playing the March of the Armies as they marched. Their entrance was immediately met with warm applause from the audience. Among them, the citizens of Dionia even clapped and hummed along with the familiar melody. The entire arena became lively again. Just as the band entered the arena, the king's stand also welcomed 2 distinguished guests, Plato and Xenophon. Since the surrender of Athens and the end of the Greek War, Plato refused the invitation of the Devers to stay and returned to Athens to continue managing his Academy of Academy. Not only was he no longer reprimanded by the people of Athens, but the General Executive Committee also consulted him from time to time about the kingdom of Daionia. He also occasionally wrote to the Devers to discuss political issues and had always kept in touch with the Devers. After the conquest of Sparta, the Devers wrote several letters to invite Xenophon to teach at the Academy of Arts of Daionia, but he refused on the grounds that he was working hard on his writing and did not want to be disturbed, and had been living in seclusion in Peloponnesus. This time, the Devers invited them in the name of the games, and the two of them gladly came. The reason was very simple. The two of them were not only sports enthusiasts, but also participants. Plato was a good wrestler when he was young, and Xenophon was good at running when he was young. Later, after settling in Peloponnesus, because it was very close to the Olympia Games were always held, and he also participated in horse racing. In fact, in this era, Greece advocated strength and beauty, so Greek celebrities liked sports. Otherwise, no matter how knowledgeable they were, if they were weak, they would be despised by the people. Chapter 1259. The two of them were moved by what the Devers had said in the letter that they would hold a grand and unique sports meet, so they came. In order to show their respect for the two of them, the Devers invited them to the stands reserved for the royal family. As soon as they came in, they were attracted by the band that had entered the arena. "What's the name of this music? It sounds like a good melody." Xenophon, like many of the Daionia's allies, was moved by the light and powerful melody and asked curiously. Before the Devers could answer, Plato took over the conversation. "The marching march. This is the song that the Dionysian army must play on the march. It was composed by the king of the Devers." Xenophon was surprised. "I didn't expect the Devers to be so talented in this area." When Xenophon spoke to the Devers in private, he was still used to using the common title he used in Persia, and the Devers never minded. At this moment he said humbly, "These are all inspirations from the great Hades, and it is the credit of the royal musicians that they were finally completed. The music is very nice, but to be able to gather so many different instruments and musicians together and play such a harmonious and beautiful melody instead of creating chaotic and noisy sounds, how did they do it?" Xenophon was not the only one who was surprised. Almost all the Greek people in the audience were surprised. Traditional Greek music was mostly played by a single instrument, and occasionally there was an ensemble, but it was performed by a few instruments and a few musicians. Such a large band and so many instruments, some of which were from other races that the Greeks did not know, played together was completely beyond their understanding of music. They were all curious. How did the Daionia people control such a large band and make it produce a grand, thick and layered melody? "Do you know Philoxenus?" Plato asked Xenophon. "Of course I do. He used to be the music poet of Syracuse." Xenophon hesitated and did not continue. Philoxenus was quite creative in the format and melody of musical poems, so he was quite famous in Greece. He had even published poems in the Greek sports meet. After he joined the Daionia, he made a greater breakthrough in musical poems. However, because some of his poems praised Hades and the king of the Devers, he was once publicly condemned by the priests of several holy lands, and was not well received by the higher-ups of the Greek city-states. However, many Greek scholars privately collected his poems and carefully experienced his improvements in the format and rhythm of musical poems. Philoxenus is a teacher in the Faculty of Arts of the Daionia Academy. In addition to teaching students how to write poems, he also studies how to make different instruments play a harmonious melody together. I have seen him organize students to play music with my own eyes, just like this. Look, the old man standing at the front of the band is Philoxenus. The reason why Plato was so familiar with Philoxenus was that after he was expelled by the people of Athens during the Greek War, he took his students to Thurii and accepted the invitation of the Devers to become a teacher in the Daionia Academy for a short period of time. In addition to teaching, he also seriously visited other teachers and students to study the operating mechanism of the entire academy, hoping to learn from them to improve the teaching of the Daionia Academy. At this time, the band had already circled the arena and entered the center of the arena near the royal stand. They lined up, but the music continued. So that's how it is. Although Xenophon also had a collection of Philoxenus's poems, he had never seen him in person. He stared at the old man in front of the band, who kept pointing at them with a wooden stick, and said with sudden realization, "To make such a huge band play a harmonious melody, we need a commander, just like the commander of an army, who is responsible for arranging the formation of the troops and arranging who attacks first and who attacks later. Only in this way can the strength of the soldiers be fully exerted and win." Xenophon was indeed a scholar who wrote on cavalry, and was proficient in both literature and martial arts. He used war as a metaphor. However, it was not so easy to be the conductor of the band. Philoxenus had only achieved a small success after years of research. However, the Devers were not going to give any more explanation to dampen Xenophon's mood. Although the Olympiad did not send a priest to participate in the training and selection of the referees of the Dionia Games, the Olympia accepted the invitation and sent a priest as a representative to watch the games because Dionia had promised that the games would not be dedicated to Hades. The Olympia's priest, Perseus, sat in the VIP seats with a critical and cautious attitude. When the other VIPs were amazed by the grandeur and liveliness of the main arena of Hades and moved by the performance of the band, he sneered at it. The games were the Greeks' respect for the gods and their love for sports. These sensationalist things were useless. At this time he heard the host shout, "Next, let's invite the referees of this games into the arena." He immediately perked up. The band's performance also changed from the marching march to the hymn to Hades. Along with the quiet and solemn melody, more than 200 priests in white robes entered the arena in a loose column. The one walking at the front was a young man from Tali school. He had a solemn expression on his face as he held up a wooden plate engraved with the words "Referee Group." Behind the teenager was an old priest with a smile. When he looked at the audience, the Dionia audience in the arena suddenly became excited. "It's High Priest Caldus!" 10 years ago, Caldus was transferred back to the Turii region as the priest in charge because of his outstanding performance in preaching in Rome. In recent years, because of his old age and lack of energy, Plausinus handed over all the affairs of the Temple of Hades in the Turii region to him. Plausinus also recommended him as his successor. With the consent of the Devers, he would be promoted to a scepter priest at the end of the year. At this time, as the chief judge of the entire referees, he walked in front of the team. As the referees marched forward, the Dionia audience loudly sang the hymn of the various gods, because more and more priests were recognized by the audience outside the arena. The Greek audience was surprised that there were many priests who were obviously different from the Greeks among the referees. Through the hymn of the nearby Dionia audience, they learned that some of these foreigners came from the Temple of Hades and some from other foreign temples, such as the Temple of Savone in Samari, the Temple of Mahala in Brudi, the Temple of Balaman in Carthage, the Temple of Diana in Rome. Although the Olympia had received a notice from the Dionia about the formation of the referees at this moment, when Perseus saw so many priests of different gods and races walking quietly and obediently in the same team, he could not help but gasp in his heart. He suddenly felt a trace of uneasiness of being isolated. Was it only the Olympia and the Delphi priests who did not participate? At this moment, he suddenly heard a Dionia elder next to him say in surprise, "The young man holding the sign seems to be the grandson of His Majesty the Devers Christode." "No, it doesn't seem to be him. He is. My youngest son is his classmate." This time he was not selected to participate in the opening ceremony of the sports meet. He even cried when he got home. The heated discussion among the Dionia officials in the VIP seats naturally attracted the attention of the messengers from the Greek city-states. After Dionia became the overlord of the Greek world, they certainly had a detailed understanding of the royal family of Dionia. Hades Christode, the grandson of the king of Dionia Devers and the son of Crown Prince Clodocatax. According to the primogeniture system of the royal family of Dionia, he was likely to be the next king. In the early days of the establishment of Dionia, when the royal family of Cynthia and Clodocatax studied in the inner city school of Turin. The school was located at the easternmost part of the Crati River Delta, next to the Academy of Dionia. The population of Turin was not large at that time. The children of the citizens of the inner city and the outer city all studied in the inner city school of Turin. Therefore, most of the Turin people knew the royal family. When Christode was in school, due to the expansion of the population of Turin and the complete establishment of the royal family's prestige, not only was it difficult for the children of the outer city of Turin to enter the inner city school, but Christode was also protected by the palace guards when he went to school. Therefore, it was normal that most of the audience in Dionia did not know him when he first entered the stadium. When his identity was exposed and the eyes of thousands of people were focused on him, the young Christode inevitably felt nervous. Fortunately, Chalcidas behind him comforted him gently. "Child, don't be afraid." The audience did not mean any harm. On the contrary, they were happy that the royal family of Hades had a successor. "Listen, they are cheering for you. You should give them a smile and thank them." Christode's personality was more like his father's. In addition, his grandmother had taught him carefully since he was very young, so he was very particular when it came to treating people. Therefore, even though he was still a little nervous, he still held the wooden sign tightly and turned his head to the audience and forced a smile. The cheers of the audience became louder. Soon he walked to the front of the grandstand reserved for the royal family. He could clearly see his family standing in front of the railing at the front of the grandstand. His kind grandparents, gentle father, strict mother, gentle aunt Cynthia, relatively unsociable second uncle Apox, childish uncle, beautiful aunt. They were all waving at him and smiling at him. Chapter 1260. Christide's second brother, Crimda, grabbed the railing with both hands and shouted excitedly. His lively second aunt, Eunice, even waved her fist and kept shouting, "Good job, Crimda! You're such a brave boy." Christide smiled. This time, his smile came from the bottom of his heart. This smile also took away the tension in his heart. He held his head high, chest out, and led the referees around the field, then stood in the center of the field. Just now, all the audience was curious about why the referees were pushing a wooden cart at the back of the field. On the wooden cart, there was a large bronze basin supported by a golden copper pillar. Now the answer was revealed. The priests pushing the cart pushed the wooden cart to the center of the field, quickly dismantled it, and reassembled it into a small wooden platform. The bronze basin was placed on the wooden platform, which looked like a simple altar. At this time, the host's podium flashed a red flag again, and the audience gradually returned to silence. Now, let's welcome the athletes' delegations of the various regions of the kingdom and the participating city-states. With the host's excited shout, the band immediately played the Victory March. The cheerful and joyful melody sounded in the field. The audience was refreshed, and they all raised their heads to look at the entrance of the field. The athletes who had been waiting outside the main arena for a long time finally entered the field under the command of the Dionia soldiers. Through the entrance of the band and the referees, the audience had begun to adapt to the novel opening ceremony of the Dionia Games. They began to excitedly guess who would be the first athlete to enter the field, and some even made bets. The answer in many people's minds was the Turii region of the Holy Kingdom of Dionia, because it was the center of this powerful kingdom in the Western Mediterranean, and it was also the host of the games. It deserved to be the first sheep. But when the Turii youth walked into the field first, holding a wooden sign, and the audience could see the words on the wooden sign, they were all surprised. Arcadia Union. Why the Arcadia Union? Only some of the VIPs near the grandstand of the royal family could barely hear the host's voice through the noise. In order to demonstrate the principle of equality and justice advocated by the great god Hades in this sports meeting, the wise His Majesty Divers has proposed to the organizing team of the games to arrange the entry order of each sports delegation according to the order of the Greek letters of the names of the participating regions and city-states. The representatives of the Greek city-states suddenly realized that Dionia had actually implemented their promise in the invitation letter that all participating city-states, regardless of their size, will be treated equally. This made them more or less moved. Lycomedes, who was talking to Peropides in a low voice, immediately jumped to his feet when he learned that the athletes of the Arcadia Union were entering the field. Completely disregarding his noble status in the Arcadia Union, he waved his arms at the athletes like the other spectators from the Arcadia Union, shouting and cheering for them. The city-states of the Arcadia Union did not have a large population and were not very strong. However, they were all Greek city-states with a long history, and they were very close to the 4 traditional games. Influenced by them, they had always been good at traditional sports. Coupled with the close relationship between Mandinia and Dionia, under the strong promotion of Lycomedes, the Arcadia Union had sent more than 50 athletes to participate in other competitive events besides swimming, horse racing, car racing, and archery. As soon as the athletes of the Arcadia Union entered the field, they were immediately shrouded in deafening cheers, which really shocked them. These athletes had participated in at least 1 games, but they had never seen such a large audience or such a glorious field. The cheers were like muffled thunder, rolling and echoing in the circular space. It not only shocked them, but also ignited their blood. The gloominess of waiting outside the arena was quickly forgotten. They also warmly waved to the audience, forming a good interaction inside and outside the arena, which made the atmosphere even more lively. When the Arcadia Union delegation approached the stand reserved for the royal family, the Devers and their family members still had not returned to their seats. There was another person beside the railing, and that was Edu, the wife of the late Adoris. They smiled and waved at the young man who was holding the wooden sign, and cheered him on loudly. The young man did not stop and continued to move forward, but his eyes were a little moist. The young man, who looked to be 2 years older than Christos, was called Enon, and he was Adoris' only son. After Adoris died in the battle, both Clotocatax and the Devers felt guilty, so they took extra care of Edu and her son. When the Arcadia Union delegation walked past the royal family's stand, the second team entered the arena. The word Argos was clearly engraved on the wooden sign, which made the VIPs of the league completely believe what the host said. Dionia did arrange the entry of the sports teams according to the alphabetical order, and there was no bias. Argos was not in a good situation now. In the past, it had been working hard to bring the fertile Argos triangle plain in the northeast corner of Peloponnesus into its territory to fight against the powerful Sparta. However, several city-states in this area, such as Mycenae and Tyrrhenes, were secretly supported by Sparta, and they had always had conflicts of interest with it. Even Creona, which was under its control, the host of the Nemean Games, wanted to be independent from time to time. After the Greek War, Argos surrendered in time and made some contributions during the Siege of Athens. After many requests, it finally received the support of Dionia, and the unification of the Argos Plain was completed. It was known as the Argos Plain Union. However, Argos was an oligarchy, similar to Sparta, and it lacked excellent political leaders like Peropides and Lycomedes. In the past few years, the integration of the entire plain had been carried out in a simple and crude manner, which caused dissatisfaction among the other city-states in the area, and conflicts broke out. Therefore, this time, Argos actively responded to Dionia's invitation and sent a team of more than 40 athletes, hoping to get the support of Dionia when they discussed the conflict in the Argos Triangle Plain in the upcoming meeting of the Greek Union. Although there were only a few Argos spectators in the arena, the passionate Dionia audience cheered for the athletes of the Argos Alliance, like they did for the Arcadia delegation. However, the formation of the Argos Alliance was a little strange. The athletes of Argos with more people gathered together and walked in front, while the athletes of the Argos Alliance with fewer people gathered together and walked behind. There was quite a distance between the two groups, and anyone could tell what was going on. Plato, who knew the inside story, asked directly, "How does Dionia plan to deal with the conflict in the Argos Plain?" This will be an important topic in the meeting of the Greek Union at the beginning of next month. When the time comes, we will gather all the main counselors of the city-states in the Argos plain for a discussion. Not only will we listen to the opinions of Argos, but we will also listen to the reasonable demands of the other city-states. The Devers looked solemn and said implicitly, "We will strive to come up with a plan that is acceptable to all parties and resolve this conflict peacefully." The people of Argos are similar to the people of Sparta. They are conservative and stubborn, and have a long and deep-rooted tradition of dominating the Argos plain. "I'm afraid they won't give in easily," Plato reminded. Originally, Argos wasn't strong enough. Although there were some small battles with the other city-states in the Argos plain, they could still maintain peace. Now that Argos has received strong support from Daionia, it has intensified the conflict in the region, causing the current tense situation. Daionia should be largely responsible for this. Xenophon criticized bluntly, "It's just some conflicts, not a war. The situation is much better than before, when there were frequent battles." "How can you say that it has intensified the conflict?" Plato defended Daionia. "That's just because the Greek Union has decreed that city-states that start a war will be severely punished. So they have been restraining themselves," Xenophon retorted. "Isn't this all thanks to Daionia? It's because of Daonia's establishment and leadership of the Greek Union that the Greek mainland has been peaceful for a long time. I'm not denying Daonia's achievements in this regard. I just think that Daonia's handling of the problem of Argos and the other city-states in the Argos plain is a little inappropriate. You have to know that Argos did provide some help when Daionia pacified the Greek mainland. Since Daionia could help Mandinia and the Thebes integrate their respective regions, it's understandable that they supported Argos. After all, Mycenae and the other city-states didn't provide any help to Daionia throughout the entire Greek war. But it turns out that Daionia made the wrong choice back then. You can't deny the rationality of the original decision just because the result is wrong. Besides, it's not a bad thing to make mistakes. Daionia can use this to make improvements. But I think that in the current situation, Argos still adopts the same oligarchic system as the old Sparta, and it's almost impossible for them to lead the other city-states on the Argos plain. The old Sparta was not an oligarchic system at all. On the contrary, it was a hybrid system of monarchy and democracy that had more classical traditional virtues than the other Greek city-states. This is the first time I've heard this, but I don't agree. First, let's see, is Sparta a monarchy? Chapter 1261. All right, both of you, please pause the discussion. I assure you that Daionia will do its utmost to resolve the conflict in the Argos plains. Any individual or city-state that obstructs or tries to sabotage the peace process will be severely punished. Dives said solemnly, "I assure you that Daionia will do its utmost to resolve the conflict in the Argos plains." The Devers paused and continued, "Now is not the time to discuss political affairs. Let's continue to watch the opening ceremony of the sports meeting. Look, the third delegation has entered the stadium." Plato and Xenophon looked at each other calmly and did not speak again. They both turned their attention to the field. Although both of them were students of Socrates and citizens of Athens, they had both written articles about Socrates, reminiscing and promoting some of Socrates' ideas. During their studies in Athens, they had a good relationship. However, with their different experiences, their ideas and pursuits were very different. Coupled with the fact that they had not seen each other for decades, there was now a considerable distance between them. At this moment, the Devers felt a little regretful. It seemed that they should not have invited both of them at the same time. The third delegation that entered the stadium held up a wooden sign that clearly read, "The Holy Kingdom of Daionia, Africa region." Some of the spectators who came from northern Italy and rarely went out might be confused. When did the kingdom have another region? In fact, this region was only established last year. There were many Phoenician city-states along the coast of the Africa continent. They were originally transfer stations established by the East Phoenicians when they exploited the commercial resources of the Western Mediterranean. Their original intention was not to colonize. It was not until the rise of Carthage that these transfer stations gradually developed into towns. However, due to their original economic base, they were extremely dependent on Carthage's support. However, when Dionia defeated Carthage and took away several important commercial resources of Carthage, most of the Phoenician city-states had to turn to the Holy Kingdom of Dionia, which was more powerful and had a wider market. As time went on, the trade links between Phoenicia and Dionia became closer. With the prosperity of the former Phoenician city-state, Hadrumetum, as an example, some Phoenician city-states began to ask to join the Holy Kingdom of Dionia. After the Greek War ended, Dionia's strength grew by the day. Those with a discerning eye even believed that it would not be too much of a problem for Dionia to dominate the entire Mediterranean Sea. Under such circumstances, other than Phoenicia, Utica, and a few other major city-states that were still barely holding on, the other Phoenician city-states on the Afrikaans began to request to join Dionia. Therefore, under the instructions of the Devers, the Holy Kingdom of Dionia had one more region, Africa region, with Hadrumetum as its center for the time being. More than half of the athletes of the African delegation who appeared in the arena were Phoenicians. They had long heard of the Greek games, but it was their first time participating. Therefore, they were very excited about the novelty and were particularly active when marching on the track. Carthage's Sophie Okerton attended the opening ceremony. Sitting in the VIP seat and watching the scene in the arena, he had mixed feelings. Since Carthage became a subsidiary of Dionia, its trade had not declined but had become more prosperous. After all, Dionia had provided it with a wider market. However, Carthage's agriculture was shrinking rapidly. One of the important reasons for this was that Carthage had lost the inland land of Namibia that it originally occupied, and Dionia could provide it with sufficient food at a more reasonable price. This caused most of the people of Carthage to be involved in trade activities. It was no longer possible for Carthage to survive independently from Dionia. Influenced by the nearby towns in recent years, there were also people in the city of Carthage who called for full integration into the Holy Kingdom of Dionia like the other Phoenician city-states. The Senate headed by him and the Court of Hundred had long reached a tacit understanding and did not respond to this. However, this kind of pressure was always there. He did not know how long Carthage's independence could hold on. The fourth to enter the arena was the delegation of athletes from the Wave River region of the Holy Kingdom of Dionia. After Dionia conquered Mountain Gaul, the entire area occupied by Mountain Gaul was designated as the Wave River region. It could be said that this was the most fertile and vast plain in the Holy Kingdom of Dionia, but it was also one of the most difficult areas to stabilize. It took Dionia nearly 10 years to gradually make the Gauls accept Dionia's rule. Among them, the governor of the Wave River region, Capys, deserved the most credit. Since the army of Dionia conquered Mountain Gaul, Capys was transferred to the Wave River region by the king of Devers. He had been in office for nearly 10 years, working hard for the stability of the Wave River region and the integration of the Mountain Gaul into the kingdom. Now he sat in the VIP seat, staring at the delegation of the Wave River region in the arena, his eyes full of gratification. As Dionia had only begun to migrate to the Wave River region in recent years, the proportion of Greeks in the region was still very small. Therefore, most of the delegation were Gauls. They were tall and had messy hair, some had oil paint on their faces, and some were even bare-chested. Facing the audience, they would roar angrily from time to time, showing off their muscles. In the eyes of some of the Greek VIPs, this was a barbaric and untamed performance. But in the eyes of the Dionia spectators who were used to intense rugby matches, it was a performance of character, and so the cheers became even louder. The athletes from the Wave River region mainly participated in horse racing and car racing, and the next delegation was likely to be their competitors because the athletes came from the famous pastoral region of the Kingdom of Dionia, Bruttii. After the Bruttii delegation, it was the delegation from the Campanian Alliance that entered the arena. Today, the Campanian Alliance only had Naples and a few neighboring towns left. The other city-states in the alliance had gradually joined the Kingdom of Dionia, and Naples' situation was somewhat similar to that of Carthage. The next delegation to enter the arena was the Holy Kingdom of Dionia, the eastern plains of Campania. This delegation was made up of a mixture of Greeks, Etruscans, and Samnites, and their strongest event was the javelin throw. Of course, they had to compete with the Samnite delegation. The next delegation to enter the arena was the Corinth delegation. But when they appeared on the field, most of the spectators were stunned because there were only 2 athletes behind the young man who was holding up the placard. Compared to the previous delegations that had at least a dozen people, and at most 100 people, the disparity was too great. Although Corinth was just a city-state compared to the previous regions and alliances, it was the host of the Corinth Games. The citizens in the country advocated sports and were very strong in traditional competitions. Therefore, the invitation letter that Dionia sent to Corinth had given them quite a number of participants. It seems that the people of Corinth still have a problem with Dionia holding the games. I think if it weren't for the fact that Dionia is powerful and the leader of the Greek alliance, the people of Corinth probably wouldn't even send a single athlete, Xenophon commented gloatingly. The Devers smiled and said confidently, "If the people of Corinth don't participate, it won't affect the games, but it will be the biggest loss for Corinth and Corinth athletes, because the Dionia Games will become the grandest celebration in the Mediterranean Sea, and it will become a grand theater for the city-states, regions, and athletes to show themselves to the countries of the Mediterranean Sea. Am I right?" Xenophon and Plato looked around at the thousands of spectators from different places and races, as well as the athletes who came from different places and races, and fell into deep thought at the same time. The polite Dionia spectators still cheered for the 2 athletes of Corinth, but the cheers were mixed with a lot of laughter. General Corinth, sitting in the VIP seats, was so ashamed that he wanted to find a hole to hide in. Not only did Corinth send only 2 athletes perfunctorily, but he also deliberately came late. As a result, when they learned that the other city-states had sent many athletes, it was too late to inform Corinth to make changes. At this time, General Corinth still clearly remembered that when Member of Parliament Corinth, who was originally stationed in the Greek Alliance Parliament in Turin, heard the news, he scolded the Corinth Parliament in front of General Corinth for being a bunch of short-sighted idiots, saying that Corinth's efforts over the years would be in vain. What efforts had Corinth made? After the Greek War, Corinth saw that Dionia supported Thebes in unifying Boeotia, Mandinia in establishing the Arcadia Union, Elis in unifying the northwest of Peloponnesus, and Agos in unifying the northeast of Peloponnesus. Therefore, it also asked Dionia to unify the Isthmus of Corinth. The Devers reluctantly agreed, but requested that Thebes must discuss it with Megara. There were only 2 city-states in the entire isthmus, Corinth in the south and Megara in the middle and north. Although Megara was slightly weaker than Corinth, it was still a city-state with a long history and a good reputation in Greece. Of course, it was unwilling to be unified by Corinth. Since these 2 city-states had surrendered to Dionia in time during the Corinth War, Dionia did not favor either side, and the matter was put aside. However, Corinth still did not give up. Corinth, who were good at business, was indeed more quick-witted than Agos. When Megara firmly opposed to being unified by Corinth, Corinth quickly changed its plan and proposed to form an isthmus alliance with Megara on an equal footing. Chapter 1262. In order to gain the favor of the Megarans, the Corinth people also proposed, when merchants from other city-states transport goods through the isthmus, the taxes and fees collected will be divided equally between the 2 city-states, and the merchants from Megaran can use the towpath first, and the fees can be discounted. The towpath was a famous infrastructure project built by the Corinth people 200 years ago. It was a stone-paved road with 2 parallel grooves on the Isthmus of Corinth. There were special cars running on this road, and the wheel tracks corresponded to the grooves. This road connected the Gulf of Corinth and the Gulf of Saron. The Corinth people could first load the goods from the big ships on one side of the Gulf onto the small boats, then lift the small boats onto the towpath cars, transport them to the other side of the isthmus, and then move the goods on the ships onto another big ship. This greatly shortened the voyage and saved time. The sincerity shown by the Corinth people gradually moved Mecca's heart. The two sides had already begun to discuss the establishment of an alliance. However, in today's Greece, it was not easy to establish an alliance if one wanted to. One must first obtain the consent of the Greek alliance. Member of the Greek parliament, Corinth, was worried that the stupid performance of the Corinth council at this sports meeting would anger the king of Ionia, causing him to no longer agree to the proposal of Corinth to establish an isthmus alliance. Just as General Corinth was regretting his decision, Megachides, who was standing at the entrance of the stadium, heard the thunderous cheers inside. He was already a little eager, because it was their turn to enter the stadium. When the Dionia official in front of the entrance saw the Corinth athletes walk past the royal stand, he shouted, "The Crete athletes delegation, enter the stadium!" The Dionia soldiers in front of them immediately made way for them. The impatient Cretan athletes immediately followed the teenager who was holding the placard. When they passed by the Dionia official who was in charge of the entrance order, he encouraged them as friendly as before. "Warriors of Crete, hold your heads high and welcome the enthusiastic cheers of the audience." As soon as Megachides stepped into the stadium, the earth-shattering cheers immediately came from all directions. It was like the howling wind on the sea in bad conditions. The towering spectator stands surrounding them were like monstrous waves. How could they not be shocked when they were in the eye of the storm? No wonder the Dionia official called them warriors. It really took courage to be in such an environment. Even Megachides, who had always been determined in the Crete qualifiers, felt nervous at this moment. After all, the grandeur and scale of the Hades main arena were far from comparable to the previous qualifiers. Moreover, there were very few spectators from Crete here. Cyrithais, who was relatively insensitive, did not seem to be affected much. He kept looking around and sighed from time to time. Wow, it seems that the rumors are true. Some of the spectators are really women. Look, the young woman wearing a white hat who is very close to us looks good. That woman in purple must be from a noble family. Cyrithais' words gradually dispelled the reservations of his teammates. They began to learn from Cyrithais, smiling and waving to the audience, and at the same time commenting on each other. As they approached the royal grandstand, Megachides also jokingly whispered, "Look, Cyrithais, the Dionia princess you want to marry is up there." Cyrithais suddenly stopped talking, and his expression became solemn. When he walked to the front of the royal grandstand, he stopped and bowed respectfully toward the royal grandstand. It was not that none of the delegations that had entered the stadium saluted the royal grandstand, but they were all Dionia athletes, and they all did a chest-beating salute. Most of them were citizens serving in the Dionysian army, and the king of Devers was their supreme commander. Now, it was an athlete from a Greek city-state who was saluting the Dionia royal family with traditional Greek respect. Not only were the spectators surprised, but even the Devers and their families were surprised. "Your Majesty, it seems that your games have not officially begun, but it has already been recognized by some athletes," Plato said with a smile. "I think these athletes recognize the high prize money," Xenophon sneered. The Devers replied with emotion. Since the establishment of the Olympia Games, the 4 major competitions have not only been popular in the Greek world for hundreds of years, but also widely spread among other races in the Mediterranean. Unfortunately, they have never been able to participate in it. Now, Dionia has provided such an opportunity for races other than Greece to participate in such a grand ceremony, and at the same time, it allows the excellent athletes of Greece to show their superb, competitive skills to the whole Mediterranean. I think this is probably the fundamental reason why the Greek athlete just now recognized the Dionia Games. I think the significance of the establishment of the Dionia Games is probably more than that, Plato said thoughtfully. I remember that in the invitation letter that Dionia sent to various city-states, it solemnly mentioned, The Dionia Games will follow the fine traditions of the major competitions in Greece and request the participating countries to stop all acts of war during the Games and maintain a peaceful competition environment. Look at the athletes on the field. They're not only from Greece, but also from most of the city-states and countries in the Mediterranean. What does this request of Dionia mean? Plato emphasized and said excitedly, it means that Dionia wants to expand the peace of Greece to the whole Mediterranean Sea. What a great spirit! If it can be realized, it will be an unprecedented great achievement. Plato, you are too excited, Xenophon said flatly. Xenophon said calmly, over the past few decades, there have been many conflicts during the sports meet. Not to mention that the Dionia Games is being held for the first time. To want to expand this Greek tradition to the whole Mediterranean Sea? It's just a saying if you want to realize it. The Devers' expression was calm, but his tone was forceful. Dionia has always kept its promises. Since it dares to say this, it naturally has the determination to fulfill this promise. If any participating city-state or race violates this requirement in the letter, no matter how far the distance is, Dionia will send troops to punish them to ensure the prestige of the Dionia Games. Looking at the deep gaze of the Devers, Xenophon's heart trembled slightly. He still stubbornly said, expanding peace to the Mediterranean Sea. This is indeed a good wish, but don't forget Persia. Yes, and Persia. When the Devers heard this, he did not show any embarrassment on his face. Instead, he sighed thoughtfully. After Ceiretheos saluted, the Dionia audience cheered even louder for the Cretan athletes. Ceiretheos looked a little proud and said to his teammates, "Did you see that? The audience is cheering for me." Megachides curled his lips. He felt that the reason why this guy saluted just now was purely to attract attention. After the Cretan athletes' delegation entered the stadium, the athletes' delegations from the Crotone region, the Downey region, the Thebes, Egypt. One by one, the athletes' delegations entered the stadium. The enthusiasm of the audience remained high, and the cheers continued. The entrance ceremony lasted for an hour. Finally, 79 delegations and nearly 3,000 athletes stood in the center of the stadium. A few envoys from the Greek city-states, led by the Olympia representative, looked at the densely packed athletes in the stadium. Their expressions were ugly. They had previously despised the idea of Dionia hosting the games. From the bottom of their hearts, they thought that it was impossible for an unorthodox Greek country, Dionia, to host the games. However, when they saw such a large number of athletes in the stadium, they could not help but change their expressions. This was because the number of participants in the stadium was obviously several times more than any previous games. This meant that the influence of the Dionia Games was much greater than they had thought. At this moment, the red flag was raised on the host's platform, and the host's powerful voice echoed in the stadium. Distinguished athletes, distinguished guests, we all know that in ancient times Prometheus stole the sacred fire from Olympus and descended to the earth. From then on, we humans began to break away from barbarism and ignorance and gradually moved towards prosperity and civilization. Fire also became a sacred object respected by every family and city. Even if people were forced to leave their homes for the sake of survival, they would take a cluster of sacred fire from the temple of their mother country and do their best to ensure that it burned on the way. Finally, it would be reignited on the altar in the temple of their new home thousands of miles away. Only in this way would they believe that the new home they built was blessed by the gods, and the civilization of their mother country would continue to be passed on here. This was the fundamental reason why the priests of the Greek city-states were spread all over the Mediterranean Sea like the stars in the sky, and they were still closely connected. Today, the Dionia Games will also be holding a sacred ceremony. The sacred fire in the main temple of the Hades of the kingdom of Dionia will ignite the altar in the stadium. During the games, the sacred fire on the altar will burn continuously. The Hades will lead the gods to bless the games to be held in a fair and just manner, bless the athletes to achieve excellent results, and severely punish any hostile behavior that disrupts the games. Now, everyone, please remain silent and wait for the heroes of the kingdom of Dionia to bring the sacred fire to the arena." When the Olympia representative heard this, he was stunned at first, and then immediately felt angry. Dionia had promised in the invitation letter that the purpose of this games would not be to please the Hades, but the upcoming ceremony to invite the sacred fire from the main temple of the Hades was a disguised use of the games as a sacrifice to the Hades. This was a lie. Chapter 1263. However, the Olympia representative did not dare to raise his voice. He could not forget the terrible scene of the Dionysian army surrounding the city of Olympia a few years ago. He was afraid of angering Dionia in public and bringing disaster to the Olympia again. He could only remind the representatives of the surrounding city-states in a low voice, hoping to attract their attention and protest against Dionia together. However, these representatives either said that the ceremony was very meaningful and worth watching, or they pretended not to hear it. Even if some agreed with his statement, they did not explicitly say that they would protest against Dionia. The entire venue gradually quietened down under the supervision and reminders of the Dionia spectators and athletes. Not long after, dong, 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 the vigorous and heavy sound of the bell spread to the main arena, making the Dionia people look even more solemn. At the place where the bell rang, the Hill of the Gods was now surrounded by many devout believers of the Hades. When the 9th bell rang, the senile Plesionis walked out of the main temple shakily, holding the torch lit by the sacred fire in his hand. All of them devoutly sang the hymn of the Hades. The entire inner city was immediately immersed in the light and melodious hymn. At this moment, Sicarion, who was wearing a pure white unlined shirt, came forward with a solemn expression. Plesionis said gently, "General, please take it." Sicarion did not say much. He just nodded his head and solemnly took the burning torch with both hands. Then he turned and ran down the mountain. The tourists stood densely on both sides of the road, forming a human corridor that led directly to the main arena. As they sang, they excitedly watched Sicarion run forward with the torch in his hand. Soon, Sicarion reached the foot of the mountain and handed the torch to Tegetus, who was waiting for him. Tegetus then continued to run to the next torchbearer. The main temple of the Hades was about 6 miles away from the main arena. Even if the torchbearers ran at full speed, it would still take them some time to get there. The hosts in the arena used this time to introduce the heroic deeds of the torchbearers to the audience, who could not see the torch relay. The heroic deeds of the torchbearers were, in fact, the history of Dionia's rise from a weak to a strong one. The Dionia audience who were reliving the history of Dionia felt their blood boiling. It also made the foreign people, ambassadors, and athletes who heard the story for the first time sigh. The last hero to enter the arena with the torch was Brutus Marx. He had been a native of Rome and had become a citizen of Dionia. In the Greek war that broke out in 24 BC, 370 BC, the Dionysian army and the Sparta allied forces fought a decisive battle on the Tegea plain. Due to the sudden rebellion of the Tegeans, the First Legion, as the main attacking force, was attacked by the Sparta allied forces from both the front and the back. The situation was very critical, but the soldiers of the First Legion fought bravely and withstood the fierce attacks of the Sparta warriors. They held on until the arrival of reinforcements and finally reversed the situation. However, the First Legion suffered heavy losses. When the battlefield was cleaned up after the battle, the medical staff unexpectedly found that Marx was still breathing. The platoon leader of the First Legion was at the forefront of the battle. All the soldiers of the platoon had died bravely in battle, and the platoon leader had fallen in the center of the phalanx, next to the platoon flag. Around him lay a circle of Sparta warriors. He was bathed in blood and had fallen into a coma. Even his limbs were incomplete. After many rescues by the doctors, and with the blessing of Hades, he finally came back to life. When His Majesty the Devers heard of his deeds, he was very moved and immediately appointed him as the hero of the kingdom. However, his injuries were too serious. Even if the triumphant return of the war was held a year later, he could not attend. But today he will hold the torch in his hand and use the holy fire to light the altar in the arena. This is to remind the audience not to forget that it was the blood and sacrifice of the Daionia soldiers on the battlefield that gave rise to the establishment of the Greek Union. That gave rise to peace in Greece. That gave rise to today's grand sports celebration. Therefore, we should sincerely thank brave warriors like Max. Having rehearsed several times in advance, the experienced hosts controlled the time very well. So not long after they finished speaking, a figure appeared at the entrance of the arena. Brutus Marquez used to be a handsome young man in Rome. He was only in his 30s now, but he looked nothing like he did in the past. The left side of his face looked like it had been bitten by something. A large part of it was missing. Even his left eye was gone. His right hand was missing from his shoulder. His left leg seemed to be shorter. He limped a lot when he ran. He looked quite scary. But the audience of Daionia all stood up and applauded him with all their might. Nearly half of the audience of Daionia were Turiae. Almost all of them burst into tears. When they saw Marx, they could not help but think of their loved ones who had died or been injured in the Greek war. This scene moved the emissaries of the Greek city-states. They stood up and applauded. Epaminondas sighed. The kingdom of Daionia admires its citizens who fight bravely. How can their citizens not fight bravely? This is the fundamental reason why the Dionysian army is so strong. After seeing this, we should feel more at ease. Lycomedes also sighed, because as long as Daionia remains strong, the Greek Union can survive for a long time. Among the few who did not stand up to applaud, the most obvious was Agesilaus. That was because the Spartan warriors seemed to have become evil beings in the host's speech. However, Agesilaus, who was already 70 years old, did not feel any anger. He was very clear that the rise and fall of a city-state had always been determined by the victors. If the Battle of Tegea was said to be won by Sparta, it might be a different situation today. However, it was precisely because there were countless Daleian soldiers like Max who fought bravely that the military plan that he had drawn up with all his might ultimately failed. Therefore, he silently looked at the figure staggering on the racetrack. His emotions were rather complicated. The Devers and their families stood up as well. They all looked solemn as they applauded silently. Christoia, Cynthia, and a few other women had tears in their eyes. Even Diony's voice was choked with emotion. Plato and Xenophon, who had been debating incessantly, tactfully remained silent. They had long known that the Devers' adopted son, Adoris, had died in the Battle of Tegea. Clearly, this torchbearer who entered the racetrack had caused the Daionia royal family to recall that painful past. At this moment, Marx was in a terrible state. Not only was his body crippled, his body was also riddled with scars under his white shirt. The two most important injuries were that his left and right lungs had been pierced by the spears of the Sparta warriors, greatly reducing the function of his lungs. If he moved for a long period of time, he would feel a lack of air and find it hard to support himself. When the preparatory team discovered this problem, they had considered changing the candidate, but Marx had repeatedly promised Clodocatax that he would definitely complete the task. After several rehearsals, he had indeed persevered. Be it due to political or personal reasons, Clodocatax would not change the candidate to light the sacred flame on the altar. But today was different from the usual rehearsals. Tens of thousands of spectators were watching him, accompanied by thunderous applause. Max, who had been living a life worse than death for the past few years, felt the passion in his heart ignite. Yes, he carried the hopes of the families of the hundreds and thousands of comrades who died at Tegea. He ignited the sacred fire and let their brave souls be praised by the people of the Mediterranean Sea. His heart was beating violently, and his footsteps unconsciously quickened. The exhaustion in his body had clearly exceeded the usual rehearsals. Marx was a little out of breath. His vision was dark, and his body was swaying uncontrollably as if he would fall with every step. "Hold on," Marx, you must hold on. Your comrades are watching you from the Élysée, waiting for the great moment when you light the sacred flame. There are only a few dozen meters left. Hold on." Marx kept cheering himself on, suppressing the nervousness in his heart. At this time, the whole venue suddenly fell silent. Everyone's eyes were focused on the swaying torchbearer on the track. The distance of a few dozen meters seemed short, but it felt like a long time to him. Even the Devers could not help but grab the railing of the stands. Clodocatax's worry was written all over his face. So far, everything had been going smoothly for the opening ceremony. But if Marx fell or the sacred flame was extinguished, all the previous efforts would be in vain, and the innovative opening ceremony of the Dionia Games would become a laughing stock. However, at this moment, Clodocatax didn't regret his choice of Max as the candidate to ignite the altar. In order to encourage him in himself, he even cursed from the bottom of his heart, "For the fallen brothers of the First Legion! For my big brother, Marx, you better King hold on." The prayers of the tens of thousands of Dionia spectators did not seem to have any effect. Marx's body swayed even more violently. Just when everyone could not bear to watch any more, the young man who was standing at the front of the referees suddenly handed the wooden sign to Calcidus, who was behind him, and then quickly ran towards Marx. Then another young man who was not far from him also ran over. Two unblemished youths supported a disabled but determined veteran as they jogged towards the altar in the center of the arena. This harmonious scene immediately caused the audience outside the arena to applaud enthusiastically, and it also made the dark hearts of a very small number of spectators vanish. Chapter 1264. The bronze basin on the altar had been filled with olive oil. When the torch came into contact with it, it immediately ignited into flames, emitting heat waves in all directions. Amid the cheers of the audience, Marquez seemed to see familiar faces through the hot flames. They were all smiling at him, shouting loudly and forcefully, "Yes, Captain!" Then, under his lead, they shouted the name of Hades and charged toward the fleeing enemies. Two streams of hot tears rolled down Marquez's cheeks. With the help of the two teenagers, Marquez walked to the exit of the arena. Only then did his mood recover, and he quickly thanked the two teenagers. However, he heard one of the teenagers wave his hand and say, "Uncle, you're welcome. My name is Christos, and Clodocatax is my father." The other teenager then said, I'm Enon, and Adoris is my father. Commander. Captain. Marquez was stunned. It was as if Godzilla had once again brought his thoughts back to that bloody battle. Overwhelmed with emotions, he hugged the two teenagers and cried loudly. At this time in the arena, the head of the referee team, Calcidus, walked through the team of athletes and came to the front of the altar. Facing the scrutinizing gazes of the athletes, he solemnly said in a loud voice, "In the name of the gods, I, Calcidus, as a referee of this games, am willing to swear to you, in front of thousands of spectators, that I will always treat every athlete fairly in the games, strictly manage every event according to the rules of the games, and handle every dispute seriously and responsibly. If I violate this oath, please punish me." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire referee team of more than 200 priests also began to swear in unison. The voices of more than 200 people gathered together could basically be heard by the spectators in the nearby stands. Many spectators from the Greek city-states were stunned after hearing the oath. Although the Dionia Games had an oath like the previous Greek games, there were obvious differences. First of all, whether it was the Olympia Games, the Pythian Games, the Corinth Games, or the Nemean Games, they all swore in front of one god. How could they swear to the gods like this? It seemed like child's play. If something really went wrong, which god would punish them? Secondly, in the previous games, it was the athletes who swore. As the referees, the priests did not need to swear because they were the spokespersons of the gods in the world and were respected. How could they cheat in the games? In fact, the priests were bribed by the athletes and even the city-states to publicly tamper with the results of the games. However, the Dionia Games were made by the priests first, which showed the importance the kingdom of Dionia attached to the games, as well as its determination to rectify cheating in the games. Thirdly, in the previous games, the athletes swore to the statue of the gods in the temple under the guidance of the priests, which was relatively private to the spectators. This time, however, the oath was made in the middle of the arena, and the oath clearly mentioned that the spectators outside the arena would be the witness. This was more pleasing to the people. After all, the punishment of the gods was illusory, but the anger of the people could be expressed directly. In any case, the new oath of the Dionia Games successfully aroused a heated discussion among the spectators. At this time, the tourist athlete representative once again led all the athletes to solemnly swear with a similar oath. The powerful sound wave formed by thousands of people spread throughout the venue, causing an even greater sensation. Amidst the heated discussion among the spectators, the opening ceremony of the Dionia Games finally came to an end. The teams of judges and athletes began to leave the arena in order. In this regard, most of the audience felt that it was not enough. Even the most picky representatives of Olympia, Delphi, and Corinth had to admit that the opening ceremony of their games was too short, not lively enough, and too private. Compared to the opening ceremony of the Dionysian Games, the opening ceremony of their games was too short, not lively enough, and too private. The opening ceremony of the Dionysian Games attracted the attention of the shallow audience. Your Majesty, just like what you said in the invitation letter, the opening ceremony of this Games is indeed grand and novel. It's an eye-opener for me. I feel like I haven't seen enough. Plato praised sincerely. Xenophon wanted to refute, but did not say anything in the end. The Devers laughed and said, "The opening ceremony has been going on for a few hours. It's already noon. According to the customs of the people of Dionia, it's time for lunch. It doesn't matter if you haven't seen enough. The best is yet to come. Let's have lunch and continue to watch the later games." On the first day of the Dionia Games, there was not only the opening ceremony, but also the 100-meter race. This was the suggestion of the Devers. He was going to use this combination to clearly tell those who were doubtful about the success of the Dionia Games that the Dionia Games not only had a good opening ceremony, but the games were also very exciting, so as to stimulate the enthusiasm of all the people in Turis to watch the games. During lunch, Xenophon raised the doubt in his heart. "Devers, when I entered the arena, I saw the notice you posted on the wall at the entrance. In addition to this opening ceremony, there will be a 100-meter preliminary race next. Does this refer to the 100-meter race? Did the Dionia Games also change the distance of the traditional Greek running games? When the kingdom of Dionia was first founded, the weights and measures implemented were very different from those of other Greek city-states. As the country grew stronger and trade with other city-states became more frequent, the weights and measures of Dionia were gradually accepted by foreign merchants because they were more systematic, more detailed, and easier to operate. When the Greek Union was established and Dionia became the overlord of Greece, in these few years, the weights and measures of Dionia had gradually replaced the more chaotic traditional weights and measures of the Greek city-states. So Xenophon and Plato were familiar with the concept of meter. Devers took a sip of the cold syrup and explained unhurriedly. According to the research of the Dionia school, the distance that we humans can sprint with all our strength is about 100 meters. As the distance gradually increases, endurance will replace explosive force, so the 100-meter race is to test the speed limit that we adults can reach when sprinting with all our strength. In that case, the shortest distance of the previous running games, about 192 meters, is a test to show the physical endurance of the athletes after sprinting with all their strength? Plato said thoughtfully, "That's right." Devers nodded and responded, "The 200-meter race of the Dionia Games and the shortest distance of the previous games are all for this purpose, while the 400-meter and 800-meter races are more focused on endurance." "What about the marathon?" Xenophon interrupted him and asked, "Is it to completely test the speed endurance of adults?" Devers, "How did you come up with the idea of using it as a race?" Although Xenophon and Plato were not interested in the current Athens government, they were both people of Athens after all, and they were equally proud of the glorious history of Athens. Devers knew this very well, so he said solemnly, "The Battle of the Marathon is of great significance to all Greeks. Holding a race in its name will undoubtedly make the Greek people, and even the people of the entire Mediterranean Sea, cherish that distant history for a long time." In terms of competition itself, the marathon is not only a test of the athletes' maximum endurance, but also their willpower. Not to mention winning the championship, it's not easy to persist to the end of the race. Yes, even the fleet-footed Phidippides, who was in high spirits after winning the battle and ran the whole distance without stopping, died of exhaustion in the end. It can be seen that the marathon is a very dangerous event. Xenophon said with a somewhat solemn expression, "But even so, there are still many people from Athens who have signed up for this event. They obviously want to bring the glory of the marathon champion back to Athens," said Plato. "Then they will face the competition of the best long-distance runners in Dionia." Devers smiled and said seriously, "However, you don't have to worry too much. We have taken the danger of this race into account, so we have specially arranged medical personnel along the entire route of the marathon. Once they find any abnormalities, they will immediately rescue them. Moreover, we have also made special rules for this race. The athletes who participate in this race must act according to their abilities. If their physical condition is not good, they are allowed to withdraw halfway through the race." While Devers and his two friends were chatting about the sports games in the royal stands, the spectators were not idle either. The people of Dionia had been watching ball games all year round and were very experienced. Since they knew that they would be staying in the arena for the whole day today, most of them had brought lunch in advance. At this moment, they were already eating in their seats with their families. Although the foreign spectators did not have the habit of eating lunch, they had been cheering and applauding nonstop all morning, which had consumed a lot of energy. When they saw the Dionia spectators next to them munching on their food, they all felt hungry. At this moment, many hawkers appeared in the aisle between the spectators in time to sell bread, salted fish, cured meat, dried fruits, milk. They were quickly sold out. The spectators ate while excitedly talking about the opening ceremony just now, while curiously watching the scene in the field and guessing how the next race would be carried out. Chapter 1265. Because there were dozens of athletes left on the field, all of whom were going to participate in the 100-meter sprint. Although the organizing team had prepared lunch for them, most of the athletes didn't eat right away. Instead, they warmed up and adapted to the field on the track. On the side near the royal stand, the staff of the games inserted wooden poles at the two ends of the track that had been measured. Then they tied long ropes to the poles and straightened them out on the ground. Then the referees used the iron ladles on the poles to draw straight white lines that were hundreds of meters long on the solid ground along the ropes. I thought it was strange that there were neither starting slabs nor finishing pillars in the stadium. How could the race be held? Now I know that the white lines drawn with white powder are the starting line, the finishing line, and the running tracks. It's very clear, but I counted. They only drew 6 running tracks with white lines. Are they only going to let 6 athletes participate in the race at a time? I remember that in other games there were more than a dozen finishing pillars and more than a dozen athletes competed at the same time. That's not a big deal. Just run a few more rounds. The key is that there are fewer athletes this time, which can avoid confusion and make it easier for the referees to supervise. It seems that the people of Dionia have seriously studied the shortcomings of other games, and they really want to do a good job in this games. The speaker was a middle-aged citizen from the city of Oconus in the Arcadia Union, Helpias. He had participated in many running competitions in various games when he was young. Later, he could not participate because of his old age, but he was keen to watch the games. His biggest regret was not being able to win the championship. There was once when he was very close to winning the championship, but because a competitor next to him swung his arm and hit him in the face, his final result was affected. He had also appealed to the referee, but to no avail. Therefore, he deeply hated some of the Greek game's shortcomings. Halpias was a veteran sports fan. When he learned that Dionia, the hegemon of the Greek world, was going to hold a sports game, he came to watch without hesitation. He was lucky enough to buy a ticket for the opening ceremony. Before entering the arena, he was very critical of the Dionia games. But after the opening ceremony, he had a much better impression of the Dionia games. The unprecedented novelty of the opening ceremony was secondary, and more importantly, he felt that the Dionia games respected the athletes. As someone who had been through it, he knew the hardships of being an athlete. In addition to the hard training, he had to go to the stadium alone before the games began, pay for his own accommodation, sign up at the temple in time, and be questioned by the priest. The tedious preparation, nervousness, and irritation before the start of the games were all given to the champions. After the games, no one would care about the other injuries of the losers. But this time, the Dionia games were obviously different. He had talked to the athletes of the Arcadia Union before. Dionia not only provided all the athletes with free and comfortable accommodation and food, but also required the participating city-states to send officials to take care of all the chores of the athletes. This meant that the athletes could devote themselves to the games and did not have to worry about other problems. At the opening ceremony, the Dionia Games arranged for the athletes to circle the stadium and receive the greetings and cheers of so many spectators. Halpias regretted that he was born a few years earlier and did not enjoy such a special honor. Therefore, Halpias, who had a good impression of the Dionia Games, certainly hoped that the Dionia Games could also be outstanding after entering the competition stage. With his experienced competitive vision, he carefully observed the layout of the stadium and soon found some clues that were different from the previous games. I heard that the Dionia Games will not only hold a 100-meter race, but also a 200-meter, 400-meter, and 800-meter race. After I entered the stadium, I found that there were no stone pillars in the stadium, so I have been wondering how they will carry out a long-distance race. In the Greek games, in a long-distance race, the athletes will run from the starting stone slab to the finishing stone pillar, then run around the stone pillar and back again. This cycle will repeat until they have run the full distance, similar to the current shuttle run. Now I understand. Look, the Dionia Games built a large circle with small stone bricks. Then, just like now, they drew tracks with lime powder outside the circle. The athletes will run around the entire circle. Not to mention a few 100 meters, they can even run a few 1,000 meters easily. This is much easier than running around the stone pillars. Halpias had a deep understanding of the long-distance race in the previous games. With his decades of experience in the games, his explanation was both logical and infectious. Naturally, it attracted a group of spectators. With him as the leader, they discussed seriously. At this moment, someone shouted, "Look up! Oh my God, the Dionia Games are going to cover the sky." The foreign spectators looked up one after another. Then, all of them opened their mouths wide in surprise. In the sky above the main arena, long strips of white cloth were slowly gathering toward the center of the stadium, piecing together to form a thin white cloth cover. It covered the sky above the arena, blocking the noon sun and bringing shade to the spectators. Xenophon, who had come to the Dionia arena for the first time, was as surprised as the other foreign spectators. He could not help but ask, "How is this done?" Devers replied calmly, "Actually, it's very simple. There are 200 wooden poles erected at the edge of the top of the arena. Each wooden pole is connected to a wooden pole on the opposite side of the center of the circle with pulleys and ropes. When it's sunny and there's a competition, the management of the arena will tie special strips of cloth to the ropes of each wooden pole. Then they will turn the pulleys and push the strips of cloth to the center of the sky. However, while we're enjoying all of this, don't forget that there are hundreds of management personnel at the top of the arena serving us under the scorching sun. Although it sounds very simple, the design is very ingenious." Plato, who was at the side, sighed sincerely. The key is that this kind of spirit is not willing to endure when encountering difficulties, but to try their best to solve the difficulties and strive to do their best is very rare. We Greeks are relatively careless and not very particular about life, but the people of Dionia are different. They have very high requirements for life, so their spirit of striving to do their best permeates all aspects of the kingdom. So, I'm full of confidence in Dionia's sports games. It will not only be a success, but it will also give all Greeks a new understanding of sports games. Ha ha ha. Devers laughed heartily. Well done, Plato. You can even make such a big point out of such a small matter. Xenophon did not speak. He looked up into the sky, deep in thought. Just as the foreign spectators were marveling at the ingenious design of the main arena, the athletes began to leave the field. This caused some spectators to be puzzled. Is the race not going to be held? Some spectators who were as experienced as Halpias said with certainty, No, the race is going to start soon. Just as they said, the athletes came to the lounge next to the entrance of the arena. As the Dionia Games were held every year, the lounge specially for the players to rest in was decorated very comfortably. However, the athletes were not in the mood to care about such things. They took off the fancy clothes they wore for the entrance ceremony and put on the shorts specially provided by Dionia. Then they began to carefully and evenly apply olive oil on their bodies. After all this was done, everyone began to pray to Apollo devoutly to soothe their nervous hearts. After a while, a priest walked in and said loudly, Contestants, it's time for the competition. Please enter the arena. Cerathos, who had already calmed down, heard this, and his heart began to beat faster again. Dozens of athletes returned to the field again, and the priest gathered them together. As this was the first race of the Dionia Games, Chalcidas, who was in charge of the referees, personally presided over the competition in order to ensure that it went smoothly. The old priest, who had always been amiable, looked very serious at the moment. He said in a forceful tone, Contestants, I think, after this period of practice, you should be very familiar with the rules of the Dionia Games. However, before the competition starts, only the contestants whose names are called can participate in the race. The other contestants must stay away from the track and not interfere with the race. The contestants can only start after the referee gives the order to start the race. Before the race starts, the contestants cannot step on the starting line. After the race starts, the contestants cannot deviate from their track, interfere with other contestants, or deliberately obstruct or injure others. If any of these rules are violated, the contestants will be disqualified from the competition. If the contestants deliberately violate the rules and the circumstances are extremely serious, the referees will report the contestants' situation to the organizing team of the games. They will decide whether to carve the contestants' appearance on the disciplinary wall of the Dionia Games Museum that will be built soon. This will serve as a warning to the contestants who will participate in the Dionia Games in the future. Did you hear that? Yes. The contestants nodded in response. Only then did Chalcidas reveal a smile. He raised his palms to the sky and said gently, May Hades bless you. Then a priest took the athlete's name list and said loudly, Attention everyone. The contestant whose name I called will participate in the first round of the race, Cerathos. Track 1. Cericius was stunned. I'm the first one to be called. Isn't my luck a little too good? Chapter 1266. Sirius did not respond in time because he was in a daze, so the priest had to call him again. He quickly responded, Yes. The priest glared at him, but did not reprimand him. Then he called out the names of the other contestants. After the 6 contestants were confirmed, the priest led them to the track. When the audience saw the contestants walking to the track, they realized that the race was about to begin and immediately began to cheer. Sirius, who was walking at the front, even heard someone shouting from the audience closest to him, Look, isn't that the athlete who saluted His Majesty? Xylite immediately felt countless gazes focusing on him, and his sharp eyes even noticed that there were young women among the crowd that were paying attention to him. While Sirius sighed that the Dionia women were indeed as bold as the rumors said, he suddenly felt that it was necessary for the Dionia people to require them to wear shorts. At least, he would not feel embarrassed when facing the women's gazes. Sirius, who was outgoing, not only did not feel nervous, but he also became excited. He strode forward with his head held high. The sun shone down from the center of the arena, shining on him. Although Sirius was not very tall, he was handsome. His muscles were strong and well-proportioned, and the olive oil covering his skin reflected the sunlight. His whole body shone brightly as if he was a god. Especially when he was running on his track to warm up, the strength and beauty of his muscles contracted and relaxed. Many male spectators could not help but admire him, and the eyes of a few female spectators lit up. After the contestants got used to the track, they returned to the starting line, took a small shovel from the referee, and began to dig 2 small holes on the track. What are they doing? Some spectators were puzzled. Halpias looked at it for a while before saying, in the past there were starting slabs for running competitions. Not only was it used as a starting marker, but the dents on the slabs could also help the runners get off to a good start and prevent them from slipping. Although there are no starting slabs on this track, I think these small holes have the same effect. The spectators suddenly understood. At this time, the contestants stepped their bare feet into the small holes in front and behind them to make them firm so that they could exert their strength at the start. 2 referees stood at both ends of the starting line. One was in charge of giving orders, while the other was in charge of monitoring whether any contestants committed a foul. At the end of the 100m race, a red ribbon was drawn, and the atmosphere on the field became heavy. Feeling nervous again, Siritheos looked at the contestant next to him. This was a foreign race contestant. He was not allowed to participate in other games, but he could openly appear in the sports field of Dionia. Moreover, the Dionia referees had specially stipulated that no discrimination was allowed between contestants. Otherwise, they would be disqualified from the competition. That was why Siritheos smiled at this contestant. However, it was clearly the first time that this contestant from the Samanai Mountains had participated in such a competition. He was obviously a little nervous and did not pay attention to the goodwill that Siritheos had conveyed. Silteos cursed under his breath as he asked for a snub. He then refocused his attention on the match that was about to begin. At that moment, the referee shouted, "Attention, contestants!" Siritheos immediately tensed up. He bent his waist and leaned forward. Ready! As the referee was about to give the order to start the race, a figure suddenly dashed out, causing the other contestants to follow closely behind. The referees finally stopped the match and called the contestant who had violated the rules to the front of them. This contestant was contestant number 2, who was next to Sirius. Despite his pleas, the referees did not hesitate to send him off the field. The referees of the Dionia Games were so strict with the contestants who had violated the rules. Not only did the contestants on the field feel terrified, but it also made the spectators who were waiting to see them make a fool of themselves realize that the Dionia people were serious when they announced that they would severely punish the athletes who had violated the rules during the games. Siritheos and the others returned to the starting line. They were a little dispirited. Not only was their physical strength depleted, but the contestant being sent off the field was also a big blow to them. At that moment, there was a loud cheer from the spectators, cheering them on and cheering them on. Ready! The referee raised his right hand again. All the spectators' eyes were focused on the contestants on the starting line. They all had the same thought in their minds. The opening ceremony of the Dionia Games was exciting, but would the real race be just as exciting? They could immediately see the clues. The referee waved his hand down forcefully. Run! The contestants were worried that they would be sent off the field again. They did not rush out of the starting line until they heard the order clearly. They were almost half a beat slower. However, after the race started, almost all the contestants immediately sprinted with all their might. That was because, after some practice, many contestants like Siritheos, who had participated in previous sports games, knew that the 100m race in the Dionysian Games was half as long as the shortest distance race in other sports games. If they did not give it their all at the start, they would not stand a chance of winning. Ceritheos quickly waved his arms and moved forward quickly with his feet alternating with each other. The huge wind pressure that came from the front wrinkled the skin on his face. From the corner of his eyes, he could see the ferocious faces of the contestants who were running alongside him. The rapid breathing was like a sword that kept stabbing at his back, urging him to move forward with all his might. Before he was halfway through the race, he felt a suffocating pain in his chest. It was as if a ball of fire was burning every part of his lungs. He could not help but roar, "Ah!" In previous games, it was rare to see such a scene. All the contestants were roaring at the top of their lungs, and as they continued to roar, their speed became faster and faster. Almost all of the spectators were so excited by this blood-boiling scene that they all stood up and shouted. The sound waves that erupted from the arena resounded throughout the entire Tilii city, causing the Dionians outside the arena who were unable to buy tickets to feel an unbearable itch. Arax, who had been sitting at the back of the royal stand, suddenly rushed to the front. He grabbed the railing with both hands and widened his eyes, staring at the contestants who were running with all their might. It was as if he wanted to engrave their figures in his mind. He muttered to himself, "Great, that's awesome. This is exactly what I want." Xenophon and Plato also showed a look of amazement. It was too fast. He was even faster than the runners they had seen in the past. As the Devers said, the 100m race could fully display the sprinting ability of the contestants. This display of the limit of human speed shocked the spectators in the arena. They did not even dare to blink their eyes as they stared at the sprinting contestants. The spectators suddenly let out a cry of surprise. It turned out that when he was about to reach the finish line, Ceritheos, who had exhausted all his strength, suddenly lost his footing. Under the push of the huge inertia, he hit the line first, and his whole body fell forward to the ground. The doctor, who had been paying close attention to the situation on the field, quickly rushed over and helped him up. After confirming that Ceritheos only had some minor abrasions and nothing serious, the referee on duty, Chalcidas, walked over and raised his right hand, indicating that the winner of the first round of qualifiers was Ceritheos. As there were no accurate timekeeping tools in this era, it was impossible to accurately measure the time needed for each contestant to finish the 100m race. Then, according to their results in the qualifiers, the top few contestants would advance to the finals. The only way that the Dionia Games could ensure fairness was to only allow the winners of each round of qualifiers to enter the semifinals or finals. This was because there would only be one champion in the end, and there would be no runners-up or third-place contestants. This was in line with the tradition of sparse games. When the other contestants who had been eliminated walked to the exit of the arena dejectedly, the spectators gave them a warm round of applause, thanking them for giving such a wonderful game. Ceritheos, who was walking at the back, had a face covered in dust and a few bloodstains on his body. He looked a little disheveled, but the spectators gave him a warm round of applause. The young man from Crete had won the recognition of the people of Dionia through this game. When dusk came, the competition for the day finally ended. When he saw that many spectators were still enthusiastically discussing the opening ceremony and the running race, the envoy from the Olympia had mixed feelings. Although he was picky, he had to admit that both the opening ceremony and the running race were novel and exciting to him. The Dionia Games had indeed made a good start. When many of the spectators from Dionia walked out of the arena, they were surrounded by other tourists who were familiar with them. They asked them about everything that happened in the arena, and these spectators were happy to share their stories with them. Therefore, when night fell, candlelight illuminated the entire city of Turis. The restaurants and pubs on the streets were crowded with guests. They drank wine, ate delicious food, and talked nonstop about the interesting things that happened in the main arena of Hades. Laughter filled the air. Such a lively scene also happened in the royal family of Dionia. The Devers held a family banquet in their mansion on the hill to celebrate the success of the opening ceremony of the Dionia Games. But the most talked about thing at the banquet was the sensible performance of the two grandchildren, Christos and Enon. Faced with the constant praise from their families, The two teenagers were so shy that they wanted to escape from the banquet. At this moment, the chief of the palace, Ribazat, quietly entered the dining hall. He came to the side of the Devers, who was sitting in the main seat, and whispered a few words in his ear. The Devers' smile did not change, but he stood up. Chapter 1267. Kristoya could not help but ask with concern, "What's the matter?" "There's an important administrative matter that needs to be dealt with. I'll be back soon. I'll leave this to you and Agnes. Let the children eat happily." Whether it was the two princesses, Clodocatax or Eunice, they were all used to the Devers leaving midway. The banquet was still lively. The Devers went straight to the front yard, where Aristyras was already waiting in the study. "What's going on?" Although the Devers' tone was calm, he knew in his heart that it was not a small matter for the head of intelligence to come here when the people of Thurii were celebrating the victory of the Dionia Games. "Your Majesty, I have just received news from the Africa region," Aristyras said with a solemn expression. "The fleet of the Egyptian emissaries is on its way to Tali, but it encountered a storm in the sea between Cyrenaica and Hadrumetum, and it may have been destroyed." "They may have been destroyed?" The Devers raised his eyebrows, clearly dissatisfied with such an ambiguous statement. Aristyras hurriedly explained. "The storm happened at dusk, and there were no other ships nearby to witness it. It was not until the next day that a Phoenician merchant ship rescued the Egyptian sailors who had been drifting at sea for most of the day that they learned of the situation and immediately reported to Hadrumetum. Just as the intelligence personnel of the Grimentum sent out this report, the entire Africa region has sent out a large number of ships to search the entire sea. They have also sent out the Namibian light cavalry to search along the coast. I believe there will be more detailed reports soon. There's always an unexpected storm. No wonder the Egyptian delegation has not been able to reach the port of Thurii in time." The Devers tapped his fingers on the wooden chair and pondered for a moment before sighing helplessly. "May Hades protect Jehael!" Aristyras stood quietly with his hands behind his back. The Devers glanced at him and asked with a smile, "Asuna and the children went to the arena to watch the opening ceremony today, right? Did they think it was good?" "Very exciting." Aristyras replied without hesitation. "Boris, his youngest son, has been talking excitedly ever since he got home. Asuna has decided to take them to the game tomorrow. There will be matches in several arenas tomorrow. Making a choice is a headache." Devers said seriously, "If you can't buy a ticket, you can go to Ribazat. He will prepare one for you." "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty," Aristyras said gratefully. "All right, I won't keep you any longer. Today is a joyous day for all the tourists. Hurry back and celebrate with your children." Devers smiled as he watched Aristyras leave. Then he sat alone in his study. His deep eyes gazed at the hazy night through the wooden window. After a long time he muttered in Mandarin with a thoughtful expression, "Bring the power of heaven and earth together." He walked to the door of the study and asked Ribazat to call Clodocatax over. When Clodocatax came to the study, Devers told him about the storm that had befallen the Egyptian emissaries. Clodocatax was taken aback. "This is bad. If Jehael dies in the storm, Egypt will be in chaos." "Why do you say that?" Devers asked calmly. "Father, you're testing me again." Clodocatax smiled bitterly, but he still said, "The political situation in Egypt is complicated. Pharaoh Tanib is bedridden and can't do anything, so Jehael is basically in charge of the country." After Jehael took office, he quickly changed Egypt's national policy. He started suppressing the religious forces in the country. This has caused a lot of dissatisfaction among the monks. Pharaoh Tanib's relative, Nikatani Persia, is dissatisfied with Jehael's rule and has ambitions for the throne. There are even rumors of him colluding with the Egyptians. It's because Jehael's rule in Egypt is unstable that he is willing to take the risk and personally lead a delegation to tourists to participate in our sports event to gain our full support. But if Jehael dies in the storm and Pharaoh Tanib is too sick to do anything, and there's no second heir to the throne who can stabilize the situation. Both the monks and Nikitani Persia might take the opportunity to rebel. Devers nodded and asked, "So, how do you think we should deal with this?" Clodocatax thought about it seriously for a while, then said, "I think we should first send more people to search for Jiahao's traces and determine whether he's dead or alive as soon as possible. If he's still alive with the blessing of Hades, then everyone will be happy. We should bring him to Turis as soon as possible and arrange for doctors to treat him and ensure his health. At the same time, send messengers to Memphis to inform Pharaoh Tanib and the Egyptian officials that Jiahao is safe and sound, to prevent rumors from spreading and causing unrest in Egypt. After the sports event, send an elite army to escort Jiahao back to Egypt to show the Egyptian people Dionia's support for Jiahao and help stabilize the political situation in Egypt. But if Jiahao dies..." Clodocatax paused for a while, then said with a solemn expression, "Not only do we have to send Jiahao's body back to Egypt as soon as possible, but we also have to send messengers to discuss with Pharaoh Tanib to appoint a successor as soon as possible and establish contact with the successor to re-establish the friendship and alliance between the two countries. We also have to promise to fully support the successor's rule in Egypt. At the same time, we have to start mobilizing some armies and fleets. Once there's a rebellion in Egypt and we receive a request for help, we will immediately send troops to Egypt to help quell the rebellion." Devers listened carefully and said in a gentle tone, "You've thought it through. This is indeed the most standard way to deal with this crisis." Clodocatax was stunned and asked in confusion, "Father, what do you mean?" Devers stared at him and said in a low voice, "Back then, Dionia was still very weak and faced great pressure from Syracuse and Carthage. Egypt formed an alliance with us and could be said to have given us a lot of help, especially in terms of food. But times have changed. As the kingdom grew stronger, Egypt became more and more of a burden. In the war 5 years ago, we did our best to conquer Greece and had to divide part of our forces to help defend against Egypt. In the following years, we also sent many troops to Egypt to defend." Devers tapped his fingers on the armrest of the chair, his eyes becoming more and more profound. As Greece became part of the kingdom's sphere of influence, Egypt has become the front line of the struggle between the kingdom and Persia. Moreover, the king of Persia seems to be very persistent in conquering Egypt again and again. Egypt's situation is getting more and more unstable. Even if Jiahao is still alive and has our support, judging from his previous governance style and methods, the conflict between him and the Egyptian monks will only intensify. I'm afraid that Egypt's political situation will continue to be unstable in the future. Moreover, there's still a foreign enemy like Persia. Do we, Dionia, have to send reinforcements again and again to help him maintain his rule in the country? Don't forget, Dionia and Egypt are only brothers. We're not parents who only ask for help without asking for anything in return." Hearing this, Clodocatax's heart skipped a beat. He immediately tried to persuade his father. "Father, didn't the council decide to launch an attack on Persia? We need Egypt's support. Once we defeat Persia, Egypt will naturally stabilize. Even if the conflict between the pharaoh and the monks intensifies in the future, it will be easy for us to solve. So, I don't think it's a good idea to break the alliance with Egypt. It's not in line with the kingdom's tradition." Devers smiled. "If Jiahao is still alive, the kingdom will naturally support him. But if he had died and Tanibis was about to die, and according to the intelligence they had received so far, would Dionysia and Egypt still be allies? But if he had died and Tanibis was not long gone, and according to the intelligence they had received so far, Nicotathnepos was so powerful that he might succeed in usurping the throne. Nikitani Persia will only be our enemy if he is supported by Persia. Father, as long as we send reinforcements in time, we can stop Nikitani Persia's rebellion." Clodocatax reminded, "Even if Nikitani Persia is one step ahead of us and succeeds in usurping the throne, we have the ability to completely defeat them and support Tanibah's other descendants as pharaohs." Devers did not comment. Instead, he said faintly, "A bird in the hand is better than 10 birds in the bush. Allies are allies after all. There are many things to do, and it's more convenient to use it ourselves." Clotocatax's eyes suddenly widened. After a moment, he asked in surprise, "Father, are you planning to conquer Egypt?" Devers looked at him and said in a low voice, "Owning Egypt is of great strategic importance to the kingdom's future development. You must have a deep understanding of the kingdom's food production and supply in the past few years. Although there have been no droughts in the past few years, and the harvest is still relatively sufficient, the population of Turia and its neighboring regions is growing rapidly. The local people cannot produce enough food for themselves. We have to import large amounts of food from Sicily, Rome, Africana, and other regions, and the amount is increasing year by year. However, the food production in these regions is almost constant. If this continues, there will be a day when the consumption will exceed the supply. The River region is filled with water and dense forests. It will take a long time to fully develop it. Egypt, on the other hand, has been the granary of the Mediterranean since ancient times. Owning it is equivalent to having a long-term food supply. Furthermore, once we defeat Persia, we will occupy some territories along the Asian coast of the eastern Mediterranean. With Egypt providing security, the kingdom's rule over there will be more stable. Chapter 1268. Clotocatax was no longer the naive young man who had graduated from the Turii school, from an ordinary civil guard in Rome to the governor of Rome, from an ignorant recruit to commanding the army, finally winning the Greek War and serving as a consul. For the past 5 years, he had actively participated in the administration of the kingdom's government. Under the intentional training of Devers, Clotocatax had grown into a qualified leader with both civil and military skills. Of course, he would no longer consider problems based on personal preferences, but more from the perspective of the kingdom to consider the gains and losses of the overall interests. Therefore, after contemplating for a while, he did not explicitly object, but reminded with some concern, "Father, we are about to launch an attack on Persia. If we go to conquer Egypt at this time, will it affect the original military plan? After all, Egypt is an ancient kingdom with its own unique civilization, a large population, and a complicated political situation. I'm afraid it will not be easy to conquer it. If the Egyptians continue to resist and cause the war to drag on, it will be troublesome. We can't rule out this possibility." Devers nodded slightly and said, "So we have to try our best to avoid such a situation from happening. In the past 100 years, they have been invaded and ruled by the Ethiopians and Persia. Now, the dynasty established by Tanib and the others is mainly composed of Libyans. Most of the time, the Egyptian people have been relatively obedient, so why can't they be ruled by us, Dionia? After all, in recent years, Dionia and Egypt have close trade contacts. Our cheap and good goods have flooded the Egyptian people, and the Egyptian merchants and civilians have a good impression of us. Also, because the two countries are allies, the troops we have sent to Egypt over the past few years have been strictly disciplined, not harassing the local people and not forcing them to buy or sell. They have always fought bravely and performed far better than Egypt's own army, winning a good reputation in Egypt. This has laid a good foundation for us to conquer Egypt in the future." Devers paused and pondered for a while. He rearranged his thoughts, and then with a confident and firm tone, he slowly said the idea that he had been thinking about for a long time. "As long as we can do the following, I believe that the situation that you are worried about will not happen, and our rule over Egypt will be very stable. First, you are right. Egypt is indeed a kingdom with a unique civilization and a long history. We cannot rule Egypt the way we rule other regions. We must first treat it as a unique region of the kingdom and rule it in the way of the Egyptian pharaohs, using the Egyptian pharaoh's method." Clotocatax was deep in thought. "Although we, the people of Dionia, believe in Hades and other gods, the Egyptians are far more devout than we are. They have dedicated their life and death to God, and God dominates everything about them. Therefore, we must get the support of the Egyptian monks like Tanib and recognize the rights they once had. We can recognize their autonomy in the upper reaches of the Nile, and even prevent the spread of the faith of Hades in Egypt. In this way, we can get their full cooperation and help us consolidate our rule in Egypt. Hearing this, Clodocatax wanted to say something but stopped. Devers knew what his son was thinking. He patted him on the shoulder and said gently, "As the descendants of Hades, we have done a lot for him. I think he will forgive us. After all, it is a very ancient land, and the gods there are older than him. He probably never expected to get the recognition of the Egyptians." Clodocatax was silent for a moment and finally nodded slightly. "Secondly, I have read the information about Egypt collected by the Intelligence Department in detail. In the past, when these foreign races ruled Egypt, Persia faced the fiercest resistance. Why? Because the king of Persia gave all the land in the Egyptian delta to the nobles of Persia. Those Persian nobles treated the Egyptians in their fiefdom as slaves and oppressed them severely. Of course, the Egyptians would resist fiercely. Why did Artaxerxes attack Egypt several times? I'm afraid that the Egyptian nobles are behind this because they are not willing to give up this land that will make them richer. If we conquer Egypt, we must learn from this lesson. We cannot colonize a large number of territories like we have conquered in the past. Instead, we must try not to colonize Egypt and fight with the Egyptians for land." Devers stretched out 2 fingers and said solemnly, "Theocracy and land. As long as we basically maintain the status quo in Egypt and do not make any major changes, I think Dionia will be able to conquer Egypt quickly and stabilize it quickly. Theocracy and land." Clodocatax murmured and asked hesitantly, "Father, are we making too big of a concession? Will it leave a huge hidden danger for us to rule Egypt in the future? Look, you didn't want to conquer Egypt just now, but now you are worried about the issue of power," Devers said jokingly. "Father, Clodocatax was a little embarrassed and wanted to explain. Devers smiled and waved his hand, saying, "We have made a lot of concessions, but as long as we can quickly stabilize Egypt, we will get a large granary and a stable territory in the eastern Mediterranean. After all, we are outsiders. If we want to get the approval of the Egyptians, we have to make big concessions at the beginning. But as time goes by, the Egyptians will fully accept the rule of Dionia and fully recognize the royal family of Hades, Devers, as the supreme ruler of Egypt. At that time, we will gradually make some changes to the governance of Egypt. Egypt's unique culture is gradually formed over a long period of time. We need to be patient. We can't rush it." Clodocatax pondered for a moment and agreed with this. "Well, now we have reached a consensus on the problem of Egypt." Devers patted the chair and asked, "If we really want to send troops to conquer Egypt first, who do you think is the most suitable person to lead the troops?" "Persosus," Clodocatax said without hesitation. "His military commandability is one of the best in the kingdom. His political adaptability is not weak either. He is also very loyal to the kingdom. More importantly, he has experience fighting in Egypt. He is the most suitable candidate." Persosus is indeed a very suitable candidate, but using him to conquer Egypt is too much of a waste. Devers shook his head and said a name. "Let Chalcidius lead the troops, the commander of the 7th Legion, Chalcidius." Now that Clodocatax was very familiar with the kingdom's army and generals, he immediately recalled the history of this general. Devers continued, "When Persosus was the commander of the 8th Legion, Chalcidius, as a Cadani, was the first captain of the 8th Legion. He performed very well in the war against Carthage and was promoted to commander after the war. In the Greek War, when Persosus led the army to rescue Egypt, Chalcidius's 8th Legion was the main force. He contributed the most in the defensive battle against Persia and performed the best. This shows that he has strong military ability and is also familiar with Egypt. And unlike Persosus, his communication skills are not weak. He is good at dealing with the relationship between the army and the people. In the battle report of the 8th Legion in Egypt, submitted by the Ministry of Military Affairs, it was specifically mentioned that all the towns where the 8th Legion was stationed, the Egyptian officials and people actively cooperated. We want to conquer Egypt and reduce the Egyptian people's resentment towards Dionia. We need a commander who can handle the relationship between the two sides. After listening to Devers' explanation, Clotocatax had no objections to Chalcidius becoming the commander of the army to attack Egypt. He only reminded softly, "Father, all of our plans are based on the possibility that Jehu might be dead. If Jehu is lucky enough to be alive, the alliance between the kingdom and Egypt should continue." "Of course! However, it is best to prepare in advance to avoid being caught off guard when accidents happen. After everything is prepared, everything depends on whether Hades is protecting us," Devers said calmly, but there was a hint of undetectable glint in his eyes. Then he said in a more serious tone, "But if Jehu is really dead, other than letting Chalcidius lead the army to attack Egypt, I'm afraid the Ministry of Military Affairs' plan to attack Persia will have to be carried out quickly. The Greek coalition army to attack Persia needs to be formed as soon as possible. I plan to let Persosus be the commander of the coalition army and launch an attack on Asia Minor as soon as possible to contain Persia and prevent them from attacking Egypt, which would seriously affect our conquest of Egypt. After the sports event, the kingdom will immediately mobilize the military. I will lead the main force of the kingdom's army to Egypt and stabilize the situation there as soon as possible. Once the war starts, the kingdom will definitely have a lot of work to do, and the pressure on all sides will increase. Moreover, the kingdom's elite troops will be deployed to the eastern Mediterranean Sea, and the defense in the country will be significantly reduced. However, in terms of administration, Cyprilos and Teres and Hacker will help you. In terms of military affairs, Olivers and Printos will also help you. I also plan to let your brother-in-law, Patroclus, stay in Turiae to protect the safety of the kingdom. However, the burden on your shoulders is still not light. Father, don't worry. I will do my best to maintain the stability and prosperity of the kingdom, and wait for your triumphant return." Clotocatax said in a low voice. Divers used a gentle gaze to scrutinize his son, who was in the prime of his life, but his expression was a little complicated.